таке перетворення сталося, запам'ятайте наступне. Компостування потребує доступу кисню, тобто компостер не має бути герметичним. При компостуванні треба дбати про помірну вологість, зберігати співвідношення сухих відходів як сухостій та залишки їжі, закладати слід певні види органічних відходів. Компостувати можна у різні способи – централізовано, децентралізовано, на власному подвір'ї і навіть у квартирі, за допомогою хробачків.
Централізовано – це коли мешканці збирають органічні відходи, складають їх у прибудинкові контейнери, і потім ці відходи спрямовуються на компостувальну станцію. Так, наприклад, працює у Львові. Якщо ми говоримо про локальну переробку, то на прибудинкових територіях ставлять компостери. Більшу актуальність це має у приватному секторі, хоча і в містах біля багатоповерхівок на сьогоднішній день з'являються компостери. Ще одним варіантом компостування можуть стати компостні грядки, наприклад, грядки розума, де органіка закладається одразу біля рослин, і це дуже зручно. А містяни можуть переробити свої харчові відходи прямо в своїх квартирах. Для цього вони можуть використати М-контейнери, де відходи проферментуються і набудуть властивостей добрива, або з допомогою компостних хробачків. І для цього створені спеціальні верміхауси або будиночки для хробаків.
Якщо неправильно закласти органічні відходи, не дбати про вологість та інші необхідні параметри, вповні вирогідно, що не отримаєте компост і змарнуєте час та зусилля. Отож, коли компостер зробили, постає не менш важливе питання – де його розмістити і чи потрібен для цього дозвіл? Вибір місця дуже важливий. Зважайте, що з компосту буде текти рідина, тому на асфальтований майданчик такий компостер ставити не можна.
В компостері буде утворюватись компостний чай. Рідина, яка буде витікати з компостера, якщо ви розташуєте його не на земельній ділянці, а, наприклад, на асфальті. Тому або влаштувати його на землі, або зробити герметичним низ і можливість стоку і збору цієї рідини. До речі, це дуже хороше добриво, яке теж можна використовувати під рослини навколо будинку.
Отож, місце визначили, але залишилося питання, яке не має і досі однозначної відповіді. Чи потрібен дозвіл? Якщо так, то де його взяти?
Якщо в населеному пункті не проводиться централізоване компостування біовідходів, доцільно встановлювати локальні компостери. Чинним законодавством України не передбачено отримання дозволів на встановлення компостерів, але варто узгодити це. В разі встановлення на прибудинковій території з правлінням чи зборами ОСББ або управителем будинків, на території зелених насаджень, парків, скверів з утримувачем таких об'єктів, на території навчального закладу з адміністрації, на іншій території населеного пункту з підрозділом органу місцевого самоврядування, який відповідає за благоустрій. Загалом місце встановлення компостеру визначається комісійно у складі посадових осіб відповідального підрозділу органу місцевого самоврядування та спеціалістів санітарного нагляду Держпродспоживслужби.
І досі існує багато міфів та стереотипів довкола компосту, що гальмує розвиток компостування в Україні. Спробуємо їх спростувати прямо зараз. Міф перший. Громадський компостер – зайве навантаження на комунальні служби. Насправді, зменшивши об'єм відходів, комунальні служби заощаджують кошти на вивозі сміття. Таким чином, більше грошей залишається в бюджеті громади. Міф другий. Органіка розкладається без шкоди для довкілля. Це можливо лише в умовах компостування. Потрапляючи на звалище укупі з іншими відходами, органічні відходи починають гнити, виділяючи велику кількість метану. Це спричиняє пожежі на звалищах та кліматичні зміни.
Інший міф стосується того, що кількість відходів, біовідходів незначна. Але насправді дослідження вказують, що у складі побутових відходів кількість біовідходів може становити 40-45%. І відповідно ця кількість навантажує полігони і як наслідок забруднює довкілля.
Міф третій. Люди не будуть користуватися компостером і він швидко перетвориться на смітник. Досвід великих та маленьких громад в Україні доводить, якщо людям пояснити причину та наслідки і надати правила компостування, то вони радо підтримають нововведення. Міф четвертий. Якщо почати компостувати, то нічого суттєво не зміниться. Сміття усе одно буде багато. Насправді, якби ми збирали органіку окремо, то можна було б переробити майже всі відходи. Органіка у загальному контейнері забруднює інші відходи. У результаті відходи, які могли б бути відсортовані, перероблені та використані повторно, псуються, перетворюючись на сміття. Міф п'ятий. Компостер – то сморід. Якщо дотримуватися порад щодо компостування, то неприємні запахи будуть відсутні. Міф шостий. Компостувати у квартирі неможливо. Це також міф. Компостування у квартирі нічим не відрізняється від компостування у приватному будинку. Потрібна лише ємність для збору відходів з кришкою. І ще один міф. Компостувати занадто складно, легше спалити. Це навпаки простіше за спалювання листя та бадилля, бо його ще треба висушити, щоб згоріло. До того ж, дим від спалювання опалого листя набагато шкідливіший за тютюновий. Навіть зачинені склопакети не дуже рятують. Досить часто люди не хочуть компостувати, бо мало що знають про компостування.
Як приклад, це власний приклад. Тим паче, що ділянки у кожного є свої. І коли почали компостування, то через рік у нас вже з'явився гумус.
Дуже важливо написати правила компостування, інструкцію з експлуатації компостеру та розмістити їх поруч з компостером. Важливо, щоб за компостером був постійний догляд. Тому на початку встановлення компостеру важливо визначити особу чи осіб, які будуть відповідальні за компостер. За цим QR-кодом ти знайдеш багато успішних історій про компостування в Україні та можеш скачати готові плакати про правила компостування, а також схеми компостерів. Сподіваюся, моя інформація буде у пригоді. Компостуй та наближай Україну до нуля відходів. Якщо ви на рівні ОСББ, офісу, школи та інших закладів таки й вирішили компостувати, наступний крок полягає у виборі компостеру, яких на сьогодні чимало. Можна купити готовий, замовити або зробити самотужки. Але головне, зважайте на таке. Краще зробити одразу компостер з кількох секцій. Бо одна секція у роботі, в іншій дозріває компост, а ще в одній суха фракція для пересипання вологої частини.
Буде третя секція, де ви можете зберігати суху траву або листя для прошаровування харчових відходів. Але не забудьте тоді встановити над нею дашок або кришку, для того, щоб дощ не заливався в ці сухі заготовки.
Обов'язково передбачте доступ до готового компосту на етапі проєктування, зазвичай через передню стінку чи нижню частину. Оптимальний розмір компостера – 1 метр по кожній стінці. Я раджу обрати варіант з дерева. Можна використати нові дошки або виокремити їх зі старих палет. Але я б цього не робив, бо зазвичай палети обробляють хімічними розчинами, які можуть потрапити у компост і далі до городини. Обробляти деревину я рекомендую обов'язково, бо це вплине на довговічність самого компостера. Це можна робити спеціальними екологічно безпечними засобами. Зазвичай такий захист кількашаровий – від шкідників, від просочування вологи у товщу деревини, від ультрафіолету. Також зважайте на те, якою буде кришка. Компостер має бути зручним у використанні. Додатково захистити від гризунів та інших тварин допоможе металева сітка. Як її встановлювати, інформацію шукайте за QR-кодом на екрані. Вітаю! Моє ім'я Нулик. Я той самий, хто вам допоможе зменшити кількість залишкових відходів, які зазвичай прямують на полігон та звалище. Сьогодні я розповім вам все про компостування, завдяки якому майже половину відходів ви зможете переспрямувати на корисну справу та створити цінне добриво, менше сплачувати за вивіз відходів та врешті скорочувати викиди, які спричиняють кліматичні зміни. Отож, про все по порядку. Спочатку дізнаємося про те, що таке компостування і компост. Лише при дотриманні певних правил можна отримати з відходів добриво. Щоб таке перетворення сталося, запам'ятайте наступне. Компостування потребує доступу кисню, тобто компостер не має бути герметичним. При компостуванні треба дбати про помірну вологість, зберігати співвідношення сухих відходів як сухостій та залишки їжі, закладати слід певні види органічних відходів. Компостувати можна у різні способи – централізовано, децентралізовано, на власному подвір'ї і навіть у квартирі, за допомогою хробачків.
Централізовано – це коли мешканці збирають органічні відходи, складають їх у прибудинкові контейнери, і потім ці відходи спрямовуються на компостувальну станцію. Так, наприклад, працює у Львові. Якщо ми говоримо про локальну переробку, то на прибудинкових територіях ставлять компостери. Більшу актуальність це має у приватному секторі, хоча і в містах біля багатоповерхівок на сьогоднішній день з'являються компостери. Ще одним варіантом компостування можуть стати компостні грядки, наприклад, грядки розума, де органіка закладається одразу біля рослин, і це дуже зручно. А містяни можуть переробити свої харчові відходи прямо в своїх квартирах. Для цього вони можуть використати М-контейнери, де відходи проферментуються і набудуть властивостей добрива, або з допомогою компостних хробачків. І для цього створені спеціальні верміхауси.
Throughout the day. I think we can start. Thank you for gathering. We have had a long path together, and I have seen some of you more often than many of my family members. It doesn't mean that I don't love my family members, but it's been a long way behind us, and today it is time for us to summarize what we have achieved together. And we have, I would say, three main parties that have supported us. One is us, International Renaissance Foundation. Don't feel shy to applaud. The other side is people of Sweden, without whom this would not be possible, and who invested a lot into this project. So let's thank them as well. And the third party, the Ukrainian Defense Army, because otherwise we wouldn't be able to even sit here and gather and talk about the environment. So let's thank them. And before we move to welcome address, I would like you to note, if you haven't realized, everything that we do is environmental and thoughtful, and we use merchandise from recyclable materials. But today we have a special feature. Our name badges are made with special paper that consists seeds of truth, actually, and you can plant them and they will grow. So after we finish our conference, don't throw away this name badge. Bring it home and plant it and water it, and you will have beautiful flowers growing, hopefully as beautiful as the results of your projects. And now let's move to the introductory address, and I would like to invite John Ronnerson, who is the first secretary of Swedish Embassy.
Добрий день, я буду говорити на
Hello, I will be speaking English. We have headsets available.
Thank you for welcoming me here to speak. The Environmental Policy and Advocacy Initiative for Ukraine, launched in 2019 and implemented by the International Renaissance Foundation, is an important element of Sweden's environmental support to Ukraine. The purpose of the initiative, as you know, has been to develop institutionally capable, transparently governed, accountable, and publicly recognized environmental civil society organizations. So it's a pleasure to see so many, or such a robust representation of civil society in this room. Sweden tries to stay in the forefront of sustainable development regarding waste management, climate smart cities, urban transport, preservation of natural space, etc. We recently, this summer, adopted a new strategy for the development cooperation with Ukraine. And green transition and sustainable development is one of 5 main pillars. This work will focus on increased access to fossil-free energy, improved energy efficiency, environmentally and climate resilient sustainable reconstruction and further development, and reduced environmental and climate impact. It is the largest strategy that we ever had for any country. And the background is, of course, Russia's aggression against Ukraine. Sweden has supported Ukraine since the independence. We are a long-term partner, and our development cooperation goes back to the 1990s. And at the full-scale invasion, we heavily increased our support. We know that Ukraine is fighting for its territorial integrity, its borders, its nation, its freedom, and its future. But we also recognize that Ukraine is fighting for Europe, for European values, for a democratic and free Europe, and for our common European future. And the main idea of our development strategy is to contribute to Ukraine's EU integration. So I'm especially happy to be here this week, after the Commission gave such a positive signal regarding Ukraine's membership negotiations. Green transition and sustainable development are important elements of Ukraine's accession to the EU. And you are all, as you already know, doing your part in this work, and we are proud to support you. Sustainable development holds promising potential for creating job opportunities for Ukrainian citizens. As emerging sectors and industries take shape, poverty reduction, improved standards of living, and economic growth will follow. To drive change and foster the demand for sustainable solutions, it is crucial to support and enhance the efforts of civil society organizations and youth and businesses. And Sweden will continue to stand by Ukraine, offering expertise, technology, and investments so that we can not only progress towards the sustainable development goals, but also build a greener and more prosperous European future together. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. I would like to add that in addition to Sweden actively supporting environmental policy and improving environment in Ukraine, this is the nation that is actively supporting Ukraine in defense area and providing weapons to Ukraine. So in the long term, they also help us to improve the environment. Okay, we have another introductory word from a person who also pays a close attention to the development of your organizations, Alexander Sushko from International Renaissance Foundation. Thank you. Colleagues, what else can I add? I'm very pleased that we have walked this path together, and I see a lot of sense in everything that we have done, much more so than in the beginning of our initiative. Now it's so clear how we can use the results and achievements that I hope you have gained. The level of competencies and engagement that that our current historical moment requires is unprecedented, and gaining membership in the EU requires this high-quality participation of the civil society, and environment is one of the core topics of Ukraine's development that shapes the demand that we cannot disregard. The demand for your activity is probably the most visible now than ever before. So it's very important to get to the level where you can make a practical impact and contribution into Ukraine's complying with the European standards that are the prerequisite to become a part of Europe. And it will be even easier for you to understand the format of your participation when the new practices are shaped that have been already initiated, but it will be more institutionalized. It will give you access to the development and implement the decisions of public control. It may not happen automatically because, yes, European integration is a process, and this accession process has a lot of motivation for your in-depth participation in the policy making and policy implementation and control over the policy implementation. But it's not always, actually it's never done automatically. It requires qualified participation. And without this human capacity, without this pool of committed and qualified professionals, it's not going to work by itself. And you will know better how to influence the areas that are important for you. Although there will be a lot more ways for you to influence, and you will require more knowledge into how these mechanisms work in Europe. There will be more need to build international partnerships. And I hope that the years of our cooperation in the framework of EPAIU have equipped you well. I'm aware of some of your study visits to Sweden recently, and I know that environmental CSOs have a lot of weight in European Union, and now it's time for you also to enter this big game. And I hope that our initiative have prepared you well, and you have grown up, and you can use your experience to help others, to help them grow, because strong civil participation requires strong coalitions, multi-voice coalitions that could not be ignored. It's building communities and promoting the joint agenda, which will be your task. Because what we can do in a small circle will require a wider circle of participation in the future. And I think you have a plan how to engage wider communities into your work, not necessarily in the same sector. And I think that you have developed your capacity in communications, in building partnerships, both inside Ukraine and outside as well. And I'm grateful to the government of Sweden that they pay attention to that, not only in their country, that everywhere where Sweden has partnerships, development cooperation, we have this environmental component. And that speaks about the values of the people of Sweden in their international strategic cooperation. So thank you. And these dramatic times shift the focus of our attention away from our professional goals sometimes. But the war tragedy really shifted our focus in many ways. But you understand that even in such conditions, some of the environmental issues have become so much more relevant. And they will be gaining even more importance. And I would like us to become stronger in these trying times and grow and become more competent. And I want to thank everyone who was involved in our initiative throughout the years, to the Renaissance Foundation. Well, the Renaissance Foundation remains your faithful partner. We are not saying goodbye. We are with you. This is a part of our DNA. And I wish you a really good day.
Thank you, Alexander. And let's now move to our presentations that we have in the first part of our day. The first two presentations will be devoted to the how far we've been able to move in promoting environmental policies and advocacy. I can evaluate the movement, environmental movement, only through this kind of events. And looking back 5 years ago, I remember the first public event that we organized together with Sweden within this project. That event was at this waste sorting station. There were lots of garbage around us, but now we are grown up into meeting at the hotel. So it's quite a big step. So, and I'm looking forward to what's going to happen in the future. So these are very obvious signs of our progress. And we can talk about our experts, what kind of progress is more objective factors of this progress, looking into involvement of environmental CSOs in their influence on the different governmental decisions. I believe we already have a first presenter online, Svetlana Matos. She is expert in ecology politics, and Galina Levina. She is expert in ecological legislation. Two short presentations from them. So good afternoon, everybody. I'm really happy to see all of you, even online. I see the atmosphere there, the atmosphere of our ecologic civil society. And honestly, I would love to be with you offline. But today I want to present our research that me and Galina did. And I don't know who exactly will be showing the presentation. Should we share a screen or will the moderators do it, please?
Алло, да.
Okay, just to let you know, we're gonna show the presentation, so be free. Thank you. Then just give me a minute to start. So my presentation, I will start the presentation, and then Galina will continue it. So we did a research of role of CSOs in Ukraine in forming ecological policies and programs. What was the purpose of the research? It's just to check the participations of CSOs, ecological CSOs, and especially institutional grantees into forming and implementing ecological policies in Ukraine. And we had two parts in our research. First part is the changes in the ecological policy in 2019 to 2022. And Galina will share the results of that research in the second part. And also the role of CSOs in forming the ecological policies and legislation in Ukraine in 2019 to 2022. I will share the results of that research. And to be honest, I'm pretty pleased with the results, and I'm happy to share the results with you. So could you please share the presentation? So the geography of our research and the timeline. So we started from 2019 to the August to 2022. And the term of the study was from December from 2021 to September 2022. I know that the situation has changed in the recent year, so we finished by August 2022, and we researched the situation in the whole Ukraine. Methodology of our research. Next slide, please. In order to identify public organizations that were the most visible and actively involved in the formation and advocacy of environmental policies and programs and legislation in Ukraine during the research period, we used the following sources: the transcript of the parliamentary hearing, minutes of hearings, and document decisions of the Verkhovna Rada Committee on Environmental Policy and Nature Resources Utilization meetings, minutes of the meetings of Public Council, and at that time, many documents were withdrawn eventually from online access, but we still had time to research those documents before the documents were withdrawn from the public access. We also researched web pages of different associations, initiatives, and in order to get the data from the researchers of public organizations. We looked into websites and the summaries and also of different CSOs to discover different coalitions and networks and initiative groups and some joint events that different CSOs did. We looked into official web pages, and we also looked into just the news streams of different news agencies, from all Ukraine and regional. To check their current legislations, we looked into a website of the state organization and local authorities and other open data available online. And also, as to court cases, we checked the court cases informations, and Galina will share more about that. Next slide, please. Let me share the results of which organizations were involved in the process of formation and advocacy. how many of them and how they influenced. In order to find more active public organizations and CSOs that were involved in environmental policies, formations, and advocacies, we analyzed the transcripts of parliamentary hearings that happened on November 27, 2019. Also, minutes of hearing in Committee of Environmental Policy and Nature Resources Utilizations. We checked document of the meetings of the Verkhovna Rada Committee in period of 2019 to August 2022. We also checked the minutes of the Constituent Assembly of the composition of the Public Council under the Ministry of Environmental Protection. We also checked the orders on the composition of working groups and other internet pages and networks. Next slide, please. So what have we found out? What are the results? Who participated in parliamentary hearing in 2019? We found out there were 34 speakers and from 8 CSOs. And 24% of representatives were from CSOs, and they were registered as CSOs. 24%, that's basically very close to 1/3. To have that would be actually a better representation if it would be 1/3. Next slide. The participation in the hearing of we checked the 7 hearings that were represented. Maybe there were more of them, but on the official web page of Verkhovna Rada, we had following hearings. The problems of mine flooding and drinking water pollution within the Donetsk and Lugansk region. Ukraine participation in the European Green Deal. Implementation of measures of greening of large combustion plants and reduction of pollutant emissions. Also hearing on the 34th anniversary of the Chernobyl disaster. Development of legislative principles of environmental insurance in Ukraine. Also distribution and use of environmental tax in Ukraine. And also climate change of Ukraine. Hearing. We noticed that the most public organizations were represented, were mostly represented on the hearing of the pollutant emission reductions, and also European Green Deal had 10 organizations represented. That was the highest. Next slide, please. Hopefully you see this charts that 18% of the participants of hearings were representatives of CSOs from the 3rd hearing. That was the subject of the the reduction of pollutant emission, and the smallest representation was about the anniversary of Chernobyl disaster. That's quite a distant event, so it's not that doesn't seem to be that important for CSOs. Next slide, please. Participation in the working group in the Committee of Verkhovna Rada on ecological policies. I just want to say that minimum 23 CSOs were involved in working groups. I was quite pleased to get that number, that 45 CSOs were involved in that. We had 23 working groups, and only 10 working groups had participants from CSOs. But looking at the minutes of those meetings, there were working groups comprised of only the members of parliament and representatives of So 43% of the working groups in the committees had participation from CSOs, almost half of them, of the working groups. Next slide, please. So participation in the work of public council. We didn't have a full data because documents were taken away from the public access. We also analyzed the orders from the working groups, and I just want to say that on December 11th, 2022, the composition of the Public Council under the Ministry of Environment was approved. Later, after the August of 2022, new composition was made. So we analyzed only the first composition. In the first composition of the Public Council, 35 representatives of public organizations joined the council, and 8 committees were created, and 22 public CSOs participated in the work of 2 or more public council committees. And at least 14 CSOs were involved, at least 14 CSOs were involved in the process of environment and policy formation and advocacy. We didn't have the full access to all the information, so we know that at least 14 public organizations participated. Next slide, please. So where are they registered, the most active organizations? 64 public organizations were registered in Kiev, 13 in Dnipropetrovsk region, 11 in the Lviv region, 5 in Donetsk region, 5 in Kharkiv region, and less than 5 in other regions. There were regions that had no representations at all. No CSO representation, unfortunately. No representations of any CSOs that would be involved in advocacy and formation. Let's look at the coalition. The current coalition that we discovered and the most active and the most visible, there were 8 associations of CSOs. One of the biggest at that time had 38 CSOs members in it. And from what we were able to discover, we found one association. I'm not sure what's the condition now, but at that time, one organization was part of 5 associations. And 94 CSOs were altogether in all the associations. Next slide, please. As for the joint joint statements, we found 22 joint statements. In 2019, there were 8 joint statements. In 2020, 12. In 2021, 18 joint statements. And by this August 2022, there were 14. But I believe by the end of 2022, there were more joint statements than even in 2021. So basically, every year, more and more CSOs are joining to make statements and have influence. So the process is more effective and more active than in 2029. What were the subjects that were important for the CSOs, and what joint statements? What's the subject of joint statements? First place were for the energy and climate. And again, we're talking about 2019 and 2022. By now, I think these topics have changed. At that time, the subject of war and recovery was only 15%, but at this time, this percentage is probably much higher. A lot more joint statements concerning the war situation. We know that many organizations were preparing joint statements about war and recovery. Also, biodiversity also was covered in 15 joint statements. Also, water resources, waste, and emissions, they were less than 20%. Next slide. As for the difficulties that different CSOs faced, obstacles and difficulties, of course, first of all, it was long quarantine and lockdown. And among main difficulties was transition from the office work to the online format. And I believe this probably, by now, the problem is pretty much settled. But at that time, they had to select the tools, train the team members, ensure uninterrupted internet connection for all team members. And then the next obstacle and difficulty was the full-scale invasion of Russia. That's what CSOs mentioned. Most of the planned events were canceled or postponed indefinitely. Some of the employees went to be in the armed forces of Ukraine or military personnel. NGOs had to change their priorities and directions of activity for the sake of solving humanitarian issues. Next slide, please. And now I just want to give some conclusions. These conclusions of the part that I shared about. So 139 NGOs and CSOs were involved in the process of formation and advocacy of environmental policies in the period of 2019 to August 2099. They participated in parliamentary hearings, in the ECO committee hearings, and they were members of environmental associations and networks. Most of the CSOs were registered in Kiev region, part of them in Dnipropetrovsk region, Lviv, Donetsk, and Kharkiv region. Next slide, please. So during the studied period, public organizations effectively combined their efforts to solve environmental problems and form environmental policies. There were about 8 associations that were most visible. They included the total of 94 public organizations, and 15 CSOs joined the several associations. There were 52 joint statements, appeal, and open letters to the authorities. About 40 CSOs joined in assigning several statements. Civil society organization faced 2 significant factors that had a powerful impact on the public's ability to influence the formation and advocacy of environmental policy. The 2 problems is long quarantine and full-scale Russian invasion. I just want to say that in the period of 2019 to 2022, the activity of CSOs was supported by more than 30 donor organizations, which contributed to the effective participation of public organizations in the process of forming and environmental policies and programs. Next, I want to give floor to Galina Levina. She will speak about legislation part.
Hello. Very happy to welcome all the participants. If you have issues with my sound, please let me know. I will continue. Thank you, Svetlana, for her presentation, for her part. My presentation will be a follow-up and continuation of what Svetlana was talking about, and I will focus on 2 topics. And they will have to do with legal aspects. And my first part will be about the status and the development of Ukrainian legislation and the CSO's role in this process. And the second part will be the conclusions that we have made as a result of our research, and they have to do with the role of CSOs in court litigation in terms of protection of environment and environmental rights. Well, with regards to the state of Ukrainian legislation and how it complies with Ukrainian commitments, we can say that unfortunately it's not fully aligned with the current challenges and international commitments of Ukraine, including those under the association agreement. But we should note that we have a certain progress in this area as well. Maybe it's not so full and not really matching the timeline, but still there is a good progress made. In particular, during the research period, a number of important documents have been adopted. I will just cite some of the examples. And during the adoption of these documents, I should say that CSOs were engaged in the advocacy and discussion and promotion of these documents. So some of the examples of such documents include the Environmental Safety and Climate Change Adaptation Strategy for the period up to 2030 and the operational plan for its implementation in 2024 up to 2024. Updated nationally determined contribution of Ukraine to the Paris Agreement, law of Ukraine on regulation of economic activities with ozone-depleting substances and fluorinated greenhouse gases, marine environmental strategy of Ukraine, national waste management plan until 2030, and the law of Ukraine on waste management. And there is a whole range of other documents, but the most important ones I have mentioned, and we can see that Ukrainian legislation is developing towards complying with international commitments. But as I said, it is not fully aligned with the current challenges that Ukraine is facing and its commitments. And I should say that one of such incompliance is the establishment of the national emissions trading scheme in Ukraine. A lot of commitments should be implemented yet in terms of waste management and some specific types of waste. We should still do a lot of work to bring Ukrainian legislation in line with international standards in waste management, the waste from mining industry, disposal of batteries and accumulators, waste of electrical and electronic equipment, also waste from mining industry, and landfilling of waste, and this list can continue. We still have to adopt a lot of bylaws aimed at implementing the recently adopted law of Ukraine on waste management. I should say that a huge role in the development of Ukrainian legislation and complying with its commitments was played by civil society organizations. Svetlana already talked about that, and I want to thank all CSOs who took an active part in this process. I'm pleased to know that grantees, EPAIU grantees, took an active part in this process. They all played a different role. It was awareness raising, analytical work, advocacy work, and expert work. And thanks to this active participation of the civil society, we had a number of those important documents adopted as part of Ukraine meeting its international commitments, the ones that I mentioned, environmental safety and climate change adaptation strategy. And the active role of CSOs was also noted in adoption of the strategy of Ukraine, and the active participation of civil society was also noted when the law of Ukraine on waste management was discussed and adopted. It was a difficult process, but today we have this law, and it's a certain victory. And part of it is because of CSO's participation. But we all know that we should not just relax. We should continue working hard. There is still a lot of work ahead of us, and we hope that civil society organizations will continue to play an active part in continuing to further develop Ukrainian legislation, to bring it in compliance with international agreements. Well, the law of Ukraine on Emerald Network is now very relevant, and also on the state environmental control. These documents are not yet adopted. Next slide, please. I'm trying to find the right slide. We cannot forget that Ukraine is facing a lot of challenges, a lot of work to be done to bring its legislation in line with international standards and association agreement, especially now when Ukraine has gained the status of a candidate country. Ukraine has declared its intention to play an active part in the European Green Deal. So we can see that the work should continue, and there is an expectation that Ukraine will be active in this part. We really need more active and joint efforts of all stakeholders, including the fact that civil society organizations participate in this process. I should unfortunately say that Russia's full-scale invasion in Ukraine, it was already covered in our research time period. It has posed new challenges for our country in terms of developing legislation in a whole number of issues that Ukraine is facing, in terms of documenting and assessing environmental damage as a result of full-scale war, also improving legislation on legal liability for environmental offenses. Also, we need to amend Ukrainian legislation that has to do with introduction of martial law and how environmental rights can be realized in times of martial law. Also, we need to respond quickly to environmental threats and improve our legislation in this regard. And now we have new challenges that relate to rebuilding and recovery, taking into account environmental factors. So I want to encourage all the participants, and I know that you have worked hard and will continue to work hard, but the new challenges will demand your active participation. And I really hope that you will continue to do your active contribution. Also, during the research, we have studied very important topics that I want to highlight, meaning that CSOs should continue paying attention to these important things. In particular, we studied how all kinds of environmental policy, national, regional, and local level, contribute to fighting poverty and gender equality and non-discrimination. Unfortunately, in this part, our legislation is not sufficiently developed. And environmental documents that have to do with national policy have some of that covered, but not sufficiently enough. So we need to give more attention to this to improve this situation. Although there are some random mentionings of fighting poverty, promoting gender equality and non-discrimination exist in, for example, the law of Ukraine on sustainable development goals for the period of up to 2030, and the state strategy on forest management is a good example, and also the concept for addressing land degradation and desertification. But it's not enough, and I am calling for all CSOs to get involved into bringing these important topics into the national and regional documents. During the research, we have also analyzed economic and social development programs and how at different levels, local, regional, and national level, socio-economic development programs include environmental aspect, environmental component, whether it is mentioned or not. And I am pleased to say that in all analyzed documents, almost in all of them, we have analyzed the socioeconomic development programs for this time period, and the ones adopted at the level of the regions and some cities and settlements, almost all of them have the environmental component. I cannot speak about the quality of this component, but nevertheless, it is a good result that it is reflected there. But there is a parallel problem that we have identified, which is the quality of information that is being publicized and the access to that. Unfortunately, when we try to search such programs on the websites of municipalities, it was really hard to find. It was either absent or really hard to find, and we had to really take a lot of efforts. Or we had a situation when such programs were published only for the past period or the current period, or there was a reference to the program without indicating the date and the number. And when we opened the document, we saw the document which did not indicate whether it was approved, adopted, when, at which number, and so on. So access to information and the quality of information that is being published and disclosed is an important issue to improve. We really need to work together to increase the quality of this public information and to improve access to such information, so the socioeconomic development programs are made public in the timely manner, so that not just the current program is publicized, but also the former programs as well. And we have made a recommendation that's important to improve the access to this information. I apologize, but if you could just speed up a little bit, because we still have other speakers. Okay, the next slide. I'm moving to the second part of my presentation, which is quite an important one, an interesting one, and I am an active participant of such process as well. It's about the role of CSOs in court litigation. Yes, it's conclusion number 8. So I should say that, and it's a pleasure for me to know that CSOs were actively involved in court litigations compared to previous periods as well. Court litigations related to environmental rights and interests, and EPAIU grantees were also involved. There was a vast majority of cases where EPAIU grantees participated, and CSOs acted mostly in the procedural status as plaintiffs, or sometimes as defendants, or third parties on the side of plaintiffs or defendants. And in some cases, CSOs acted as defendants as well, meaning mostly lawsuits against public participation. Another important aspect is that civil society organizations joined efforts. They joined efforts with civil society organizations and the general public and local self-government bodies in order to protect environmental interests. And the topics of lawsuits was quite different. And it was even a creative process to put their lawsuits demands. Among such topics, I could name appeals against decisions of authorized bodies on the environmental impact, illegal sale of land plots, land lease agreements that are valuable in terms of environment, whether belonging to the natural reserves or high-quality soils. Also, there were some lawsuits about illegal decisions in terms of construction permits and some restrictions for urban planning. There was also a number of lawsuits that had to do with barriers to access in environmental information and public participation in decision-making. And there was a number of lawsuits about commitment to act on behalf of different public authorities, like using landfills and recultivating landfills. There was also appeals against actions or inactions of authorized bodies about different kind of planning documents, for example, hydropower development program, and also another lawsuit whether proving the legitimacy of the decision of the relevant ministry to include the certain things in the red data book of Ukraine. There was also the appealing against some issues in hunting and fishing legislation, recovery of damage caused by violation of environmental legislation, and compensation for moral damage. So we can see that the range of topics is quite substantial, and it's also a good result because the role of CSOs in court litigations, in court cases to protect environmental rights and environment was quite active. And once again, I want to highlight that EPAIU grantees were active participants in this process. And I want to wish you success in continuing your work in this area. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Svetlana. Thank you, Galina, for such deep research results and for the presentations. We have just a few minutes for a few questions. If do we have any questions in the audience, please raise your hand and I will come up to you with a mic. Well, you saw that presentations have QR codes that could lead you to the full text of the research, and you can look at it both on the short version and long full version of the research. So you can look into details if you wish. So if you have no questions, then it means that this presentation was really understandable and detailed. So why don't we move to the next part of our meeting that will be talking about environmental issues representations in the public information space. Just a little commentary I want to say. I want to mention that when we did the research, we saw this problem. We analyzed CSOs and their activity. Sometimes we saw that representatives of the organization is in the protocol, but he is mentioned as the deputy assistant or somebody else, and we were not able to include that person as part of organization because we analyzed not separate activists but the organization participation. So I just want to mention that if you want your organization to be represented and mentioned in the protocol in the minutes, so please register yourself as a representative of CSO. And please mention that you work together with International Renaissance Foundation. Thank you for this commentary. Just as much as we experience the war, how do we experience war things at time of war? So now we're gonna have this presentation. Greetings, colleagues. Hopefully you hear me well. Please put my presentation on the screen. And I believe you're gonna be clicking, changing the slides yourself. Oh, you are giving me a remote control. Thank you. Okay, it's working. So good afternoon again. My name is Oksana Malichkovich. I'm representative of LPI, and this is our second research of environmental issues representations in the public information space. This is our second research that covers 2022 and part of 2023 till the end of June of 2023. And we really wanted to finish it on in May, though, because it will show different results. But I want to say, in general, the Ukrainian media space is not that well represented because environmental topics are usually connected with other topics. So talking about general news, the environmental representation decreased, and there were a few factors that influenced it. Some, of course, different publications stopped that are in the temporary occupied territories. The number of media closed down on different also different sites have less information represented. We also have one telemarathon that is just one channel that puts all the news on, and it all influence the general picture, the general chart. So the gray part shows the general media space, and but at the same time, the environmental topics, they stay on the same level in 2022, in the same level as 2021. So it's quite actively represented in traditional media. and it allows us to think that it stays in the attention of the audience. And the tendency stayed till the May of 2022, and we thought that we will just stay on the same level of maybe 4 and 5% difference with previous years, until the tragedy in Kakhovka HPP happened and Russians blew up the Kakhovka HPP. In 10 days of June gave this rise of media space that was accumulated in 10 days of June, when the environmental topics went to up to increased in 80%. Basically, in 10 weeks, the number of publications doubled. We never seen that before. That was a new experience for us. Unfortunately, new experience. None of us would want to go through that experience again. And before going to the next slide, I want to say that good news in this, that in top 20 topics that I mentioned, 6 are represented in white mass media. That's the rating of mass media that gives the quality, evaluates the quality of materials. So basically, representations in quality media is good, and it gives the good verified information, and that's a positive trend. Another thing is that environmental topics become quite sensitive nowadays. We saw it, and it's shown in our research. We saw that Google Trends and the reactions of the audience in the search queries after mass media start giving news on different subjects, it looks more like a panic attack. It's so sensitivity of this topic is connected to the danger, to the life threat, and all of us who are connected with the environmental topics. There's some clickable topics that create certain panic, and any moment it could create this panic attacks in people. As to the representations of different topics, of course, Kakhovka HPP took the highest rate. Then the radiation threat, that's the second space. Of course, that's understandable because situation with Zaporizhia and Chernobyl power plant, all of that influenced the sensitivity of these topics. And comparing with the previous research, if you've seen it before, and it's also available online, the proportions of the topics changed drastically, again, due to the challenges that we face now. I want to mention that out of this topic, part of it continues to develop this theme in the context of European integration. Like we have reform of waste management. It was actively represented in mass media. Again, different and the subject of wasteland are also quite represented in mass media, and also Ukrainian government and energy, everything that was connected to the loss of green energy. In this context, the government and the Ministry of Environment, all of their and this reports on the scope of damage, they are the part of this response, and they generate media waves and that keep the topic of environment in mass media. Another thing that we also notice, and I want to draw your attention to this, that Ukraine joined the European ecological program live, and the person that works with media space, and I'm not fully into environment topic. I am involved more now, but I made a lot of efforts to draw from open sources. What kind of program is that? Because mass media say that it's going to take 43 billions. So what are the positive subjects? What's going to be happening in that program? And eventually I found only one interview on the TV channel that gave a general explanation about that program. And that was all. Besides the general news that we signed this agreement. Dear colleagues, I want to draw your attention that it's quite an interesting information situation, and use representatives of CSOs, environmental CSOs, could use it in communication with the audience, because I believe that this open topics is a good start for developing conversations and give your expertise. Let's move on. While analyzing media space, of course, we paid attention to these topics of environmental damage, and I even consulted with Tatiana. Again, we are speaking about media space. We are not experts in this area. So we paid attention to different wordings in Ukrainian, the environmental damage and ecology damage. And it turned out that 15% of Ukrainian media space, they speak about ecology damage. 15% is not that much. 15%, where's another 85? And we thought, well, 15% is not such a high result until we checked the search query in Google Trends. And that's where we were really happy to see the audience response, because audience Googles in the way they hear, the words they hear. And Google Trends pushed us to study this subject more clearly. So 15% originally didn't look like a big percentage. And there are much more examples of different wording, but damage to ecology is more mentioned in the quality mass media, or the ones that are shown as a media that give verified information. The damage to ecology is also mentioned a lot in the public statement of Ministry of Environment. And since all of those mass media have a quite high rating of audience, they influence that in search queries, in search trends. We have this wording that we have a war. War destroys our ecology, but damage comes to the environment. Those are two words: damage to environment, and we talk about a different recovery from the damage from the environment after war. So since the war is happening in certain locations, so they're talking about environment. And even 15% was enough to create the trend, and it exists. And we need to continue educational activity to get more representation of these topics. That's talking about Google Trends. Here you have a chart, and you see that the highest points are dangers. And we also mentioned at this highest point, we connected them to the events that happened at that time. So the intensity of search queries, and when we talk about Google search, that's not only one wording; it's quite a scope of different searches. Another word that we researched, term that we researched, was ecocide. And here you see the main information triggers that influenced the interest to the term ecocide in media space. We have to admit that ecocide actively started was used when the Kakhovka HPP was blown up. But before even explosion on Kakhovka HPP, and we unfortunately we had a quite other number of ecological disasters that could be qualified at ecocide and also be part of the court cases. Of course, that's more of a legislation area, but a general trend showed that ecocide, Ukrainian audience sees ecocide as Kakhovka HPP because proportions of using ecocide term is connected to Kakhovka a hydropower plant. I think this conclusion could cause quite a few discussions. Is it a right thing? Should we do something about it? And what else could be the result of it? It'll be up to you to discuss because, again, I'm not a specialist in your area. Moving on, social media platforms. Besides the traditional mass media, of course, we analyze the social media platforms, and of course, probably it's quite an unknown information that 72% of Ukrainians are gaining their information from the Telegram app, and 66 of people that are getting information from Telegram never watch TV. That's the situation we have. Within this research, we also analyzed Facebook, Telegram, YouTube, and Twitter. And last year, Instagram was less than 1% of media space. We didn't include it in this research because in this research, there are examples of organizations that are grantors, and you can check it again. The good point of Instagram, as Pani Tatiana mentioned to me, that audience of Instagram is people up to 31. From 31 and up, it's mostly Facebook. And active changes come from the audience between 25 and 37. Of course, it's good to keep your information in Instagram because your audience is there, influential audience is there. So these huge numbers you see on the screen is the amount of information we researched. Again, in percentage, you could see the representation of Kakhovka HPP tragedy on different platforms, like 50% of engagement, of reaction. People reacted to Kakhovka HPP in the same way as they reacted to all other events throughout the year. The analysis of different waves of social platform allows us to state that Telegram is quite an active app that covers the Kakhovka HPP information. Well, that's comparatively. I believe that for some of you, Facebook was the main source of information, but Telegram is the social platform that allows to spread information and news quickly. And also Facebook continues to be the platform where people discuss ecological trends and where there is a planned extended communication happens. So basically the audience is developed through Facebook. In our research, you see the example of different media waves and how it works, how the planned communication is working on an example of decisions that were made under the pressure of CSOs. Again, if you're interested, I'm ready to answer questions. I'm trying to stick to the timeline. So dynamic of response in social media platforms altogether. And you see that the top point is Kakhovka tragedy. And dear colleagues, it's not so much where it peaks, it's the comparison. Look at all other subjects are quite low compared, is basically it's almost level in comparison with Kakhovka HPP disaster. And there is a certain media danger that we see here, because damage to the environment that is caused by the ecocide that Russia creates in our land, it puts the topic of environment on the national level right now. And this great and communication and mentioning is happening around this news. And it in a way it negates different regional problems, local problems that we had in Ukraine even before 2022. If we go back to the percentage, we will see that the subject of environment was represented and is represented, but 79% of the response to the environment issues is the result of the war. So again, my question is, what have we done with the problems that were mentioned in the previous research before the 2022? Did they just disappear? Those problems, I believe they haven't disappeared. It's just media concentrated on a more global issues of a national level. But I don't want to say that local problems are lesser problems. I would just say they're regional problems. But they are not able to overcome this media wave. Just look at this chart. It's just basically impossible to get on the same level as the peaking news. So it's important to advocate the topics that you are experts in, so those topics will stay in the media space. Then a chart of topics in social media platforms. Again, it's quite understandable that the maximum attention was for Kakhovka disaster. And I want to say that in social media, especially looking at their nature, Kakhovka HPP was not resonating, was not mentioned as an act of ecocide, but the audience of social media platform were more interested in how to help and what actually happened, the details of what happened. So different videos, pictures were on demand, discussion of different fakes that Russians were spreading. Like in Telegram, we found a certain amount of messages stating that Nova Kakhovka Zoo was destroyed, that all animals died, but then and we saw other fake news, and there were fake news from Russian side that were promoting that the zoo was evacuated a year ago into Crimea, and all the animals are safe and sound. And why are Ukrainians spreading these terrible lies? Like what kind of people they should be to spread this terrible news that Russians are not caring for animals? Kakhovka and misinformation, disinformation that was spreading through Telegram is a separate research topic. We were shocked by the number of fake news that that we were able to detect. And again, environment, because it's a sensitive subject, environment is great topic for manipulations, a great ground for manipulations, because Russians understand that environment dangers is a sensitive topic, so fakes will be spreading mega actively.
The topic of coverage and radiation threat in terms of Kakhovka was very much discussed in the media because it's a sensitive topic and affects the lives of citizens directly. We have also researched some Google trends. Well, I have mentioned that already. I should just briefly say that waste sorting is one of the top topics for Ukrainians who search information on Google. We also studied the radiation threats and pollution of soil and water, and we noticed some interesting trend. When the news start to actively report about a possibility of radiation threat connected to Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant or Chernobyl nuclear plant, or in general with some fears that Putin is going to use nukes, well, it immediately launches this Google search of all 4 threats. So people start actively Googling whether the air is going to be polluted, the water, the soil. So this radiation threat creates a cumulated effect. So the radiation threat is not going all the time, but when there is this news wave, we can assume that there is some panicky moods. Ukrainians start to Google everything once this wave starts. We also have more details in the Google Trends, but I think I'm done for now, and I'll be happy to answer your questions. Okay, I actually have not a question, but I would like to express a gratitude for doing this research, because some of its elements we were able to use in our advocacy campaigns as evidence, but it didn't have to do with this particular research, but the previous one performed before the war. And it really helped us to understand the dynamics of the trend when a certain topic is being discussed by the parliament. Then some business groups, influential business groups that have some influence over media, they create this negative resonance and the negative impact on economy. And this trend, well, understanding of this trend really helps the civil society to disclose these myths about environmental reforms. And about today's presentation, this full picture is kind of important for me, meaning this attention in the media and resonance in the media about the environmental topic. At the same time, it can be also a negative thing for us, because it can be in the shadow of all the other processes. And understanding this really will help me personally to create some good argumentation and messages when we talk to the public, because we need to explain to them that their environmental issues have not disappeared and they should be part of the green recovery, and their focus on safety and security from escalation or whatever is also important, but it's not more important than their environmental issues. And I think it's really important to know, and it helps us in our work. Thank you for doing your work the way you did it. It's just so, I'm so pleased to hear that. Thank you. If you have a comment, it's okay to speak up as well. If you don't have a question but a comment, please go ahead. Hello, thank you very much. I also wanted to share a comment. It's extremely important what we have heard today when we plan our future activity. And I think when EPAIU is completed, we can still have a strong foundation to plan our future work. I just wanted to comment on the thing that topics that are outside of war, they're not so much covered, not because CSOs don't work with this, but because there is this general trend that the central executive authorities or local authorities and representatives of international organizations or international donors, they create a demand for civil society to focus on the outcomes of the war, the effects of the war. And as you noted very well, the environmental issues that existed before the war have not disappeared all of a sudden, and we should keep them in focus. We should keep towards this same direction where we can be strong, where we can be effective, for the European integration to be of a better quality. I have a short comment and a question. Truly, environmental topic has increased significantly after the Kakhovka accident, but what we call an ecocide and the outcomes of Kakhovka tragedy have not been in the mainstream, actually, in many publications. Like some of the outcomes, like the complete elimination of certain plants and many types of trees that could not survive longer than 15 days under the water, but also environmental impacts like the drop of the water level in Zaporizhzhia reservoir. But there was this huge hype about tsunami, where it was completely impossible. I personally tried to explain using the laws of physics that it wouldn't be happening. But nevertheless, the title of my article was Mr. So-and-so forecasts tsunami. They completely twisted it, this in the title, and it made me feel ashamed of it. And there were other publications when the event was mentioned without any environmental impact. On the other hand, some really non-environmental developments like planting mines, maybe a secret to some of you, those who didn't live in the occupied territories. Even regardless of the Kakhovka gas explosion, the biggest problem in that area is considered to be mine planting in forest stripes and fields, because people feel very unsafe. They feel kind of incarcerated because they don't have a space to move around. They don't have a possibility to have economic activity because of the risk of mines. But this topic is actually not considered as an environmental topic. Well, thank you. I will comment on that. The issue of mine planting was included in the research, and it was part of the Google search when we collected information. But planting mines is something that is either resonated in the media for agricultural land, fields primarily. So it is reflected in our research, but it's in the section of agriculture. Mine planting is also an environmental issue, but it's a whole different question. How well it is covered is an environmental issue. Regarding Kakhovka, I can tell you that we noticed two trends. First of all, the media was focused on ecocide and the scale of it, and it brought the issue to the national level. The number of messages, dynamics, and also different search requests and the correlation in Google Trends speak about the fact that the professional discourse on whether the dam had to be rebuilt stayed at the informational bubble of the expert audience. But overall, the general public in Ukraine was mostly interested and informed about the fact of the tragedy and also the happy and sad stories of people who were rescued or not rescued, and how help could have been provided and was not. So these were mostly resonance topics. But the recovery, rebuilding, environmental issues, the destruction of unique flora and fauna was covered at the minimum level, and mostly it discussed in the professional bubbles on Facebook. So I can assume that if Ukraine starts discussing whether the Kakhovka Dam should be rebuilt, we as environmental organizations will have to work hard in our communication campaign to engage the public into that, because the public in its general sense is not very much interested to have this professional discourse. Okay, we have time for another question. One more question or comment. As the previous research, well, you can find it on our website. You will also receive that in the newsletter. Thank you, Oksana, for your presentation. I think it was very helpful, and everyone can use these results in your work. And we have another presentation. We are moving from more general to more specific topics, and now we have Tatiana Kukharenko, who has become your best friend over the last 5 years. And she will talk to us about the path that we have walked together with the EPAIU, the main achievements, the victories. And Tatiana, please withhold your tears. Try to keep calm, not so emotional. When we watched Tatiana in the office for the last few days, she is listening some Ukrainian songs with the lyrics that reflect her emotions. So, Tatiana, can you please remind us how these 5 years went for all of us? Well, thank you for this introduction. On the one hand, yes, I want to express my emotions. You always feel sad when you finish important work, but we are finishing just one wave, but we will see, perhaps there will be a second wave, and depending on the decisions made. I want to remind you about our initiative, about the general goals that we have set for ourselves when we started. And we started to write the project proposal back in 2018. And we didn't know at the time that there will be some interesting developments like pandemic and also tragic developments like the war that started a while ago and then became a full-scale war that made some activities really impossible, where we could not work with the regions that we started to work, and we don't see a clear perspective yet how it will end and when. So the level of planning for the next period is forcing us to think differently compared to how we did that in 2018. So the main goal was the development of civil society organizations working in the environmental sector. And we have selected very different organizations, very diverse. And the theory of change was that we would like to support the development of the selected CSOs that, well, selected them through the open competition. And by doing that, we can also impact the development of environmental policies and programs and promote advocacy in the environmental movement of Ukraine. And obviously, the general overarching goal was to improve the quality and inclusivity of the process of development and implementation of environmental policies. So we want the environmental mainstream to be actually present everywhere. So we were planning to do that through the capacity development of our CSOs. So who were our partners? Well, they were the grantees of our environmental initiative. There were 13 institutional partners, as we call them, the core cohort of grantees. You see the map here, and at this map you can see almost all regions presented. I'm not saying oblasts, but the regions. Actually, unfortunately, we had to refocus our activity to the regions that were mostly affected by the war. But we really wanted to help the CSOs in those regions to become more visible, more influential, and engaged into all the relevant initiatives. Another group of partners, 11 organizations from Donetsk and Luhansk regions that implemented small grants, and they started before the full-scale invasion. And they had the intention to raise the importance of environmental issues in the information space and to put them in the agenda of the national and even international community. And in 2022, after the full-scale war started, we supported 16 organizations from the southern eastern oblasts of Ukraine, the most affected by the combat. So what we planned for capacity building? We wanted to work directly with grantees. We had open competitions, and we selected organizations. You see 40 CSOs cited here that worked with our grants, and also they received the training program of our environmental initiative starting from 2019. Over 50 training events were joint events where organizations could meet together with others and not just listen to trainers or experts, but also exchange experience and learn about each other activities and to find partners. So it was kind of a double benefit, training and networking. Over 100 events, but actually there were quite more than that, were trainings at the individual level for the core cohort of our institutional partners. So that was the training that was really needed for them, like in the narrow professional areas. We also had some trainings, individual consulting sessions. Also, every year we had our big conferences and forums, and we are very grateful to those CSOs who partnered with us in organizing these conferences and forums. Тепле місто, Ноль відходів Львів, and other CSOs. Also, we supported 22 research and advocacy projects of our institutional partners. It's quite a number. In addition to implementing institutional grants, organizations could also build some competencies in research, monitoring, and advocacy projects in their activities. We also developed 2 online courses, and I will name them later. EPAIU CSO, together with Edegra, developed a course on energy issue and energy saving. And another one, Stop Poisoning Kryvyi Rih, made a video course on monitoring the air quality. We also supported the development of video explainers. And during the breaks today, you will watch these video explainers on composting. That was developed by our grantees, small grant grantees. Zero Waste from Kharkiv CSO, and also video explainers produced by Green Wave CSO. It's a whole even series of videos that help communities and municipalities in their work. So please take an opportunity and watch these videos. You are free to use them in your work with municipalities. We also had some strategic sessions, and we engaged all kinds of experts to help CSOs to develop their vision in challenging conditions like pandemic and the war. So these were the important like time changes when they had to change their approach to strategic planning. Also, we used the expert potential of our grantees. We always invited them to conduct all kinds of awareness-raising events for other cohorts of grantees or different target audiences. What other things we have strengthened? The focus was on independent governance bodies that help the organizations to become more transparent and more internal policies that help their accountability and management capacity. If you say that CSOs expect transparency from the government authorities, they have to also work independently and transparently. So the focus was on strategic plans, updating their mission statements, and a lot of attention was paid to external communications and development of informational platforms, the websites, and social media accounts, where the CSOs could explain and communicate about their activities, and could also put forward their messages. Also, research and advocacy work and development of partnerships. Here I would like to highlight the expert contribution into environmental policies and strategies. First of all, we have developed more than 10 draft laws. Development, I mean the participation in discussion, providing comments, drafting all kinds of sections. Also, development of the strategic documents of the national significance. Halina, in her first presentation, named some of that. Draft law on state ecological control, about the air pollution. And I want to mention our Ecodia and Збережи Дніпро and Stop Poisoning Кривий Ріг CSOs. You know how much you were involved in drafting these bills. Also, the law on waste management and plastic bag circulation, packaging, and Zero Waste Lviv is a good example. And other CSOs that really work in the area of zero waste and waste management. Eco Club, another CSO that was engaged in environmental impact assessment. Also, energy efficiency law, anything that had to do with the emissions trading scheme, and Eco Club, together with other organizations, have done a lot in this area. And then the Emerald Network was already mentioned. A lot of organizations were involved in that. In this list, you can see yourself and your contributions. The list of strategic documents of the national scope, well, the strategy for environmental security and adaptation to climate change was already mentioned, but I'm not going to list all of these documents. I can only say that behind each title, there is a huge amount of work of your teams, of your organizations, and you can see yourself there. For example, for the Security Council to make a decision on the national security threats in the environmental area, Stop Poisoning Kривий Ріг CSO worked hard for that decision to be made. There were also other things like priority steps within the framework of Ukraine's implementation of the EU Fourth Energy Package. National and regional strategies. Well, obviously, environmental strategy of Kyiv city was monitored by Eco Park Sokharkiv with another CSO, environment, law, and people. There were some interesting coalitions that were formed to provide recommendations to the local strategies. I should also mention the sustainable development strategy of Voznesensk municipality. We have some representatives from Mykolaiv, and they implemented small grants, but they were significant in terms of their contributions. There should be also Kolomia regional development strategy mentioned, but for some reason, it's not here, but we have it.
I will continue. There's a wider list of it. There's projects in Kyiv region, Lviv region, We divided it between Poltava region and city of Poltava. Also Kirovograd region. We also have representatives here from Fora, CSO. They did a lot to develop the protection program from radiation in Kirovograd region, and I know part of their team is in Czech Republic right now to study their experience of uranium mines closure, and so they would implement the same experience in Kirovograd region. Also, Kryvyi Rih, I already mentioned the program on state monitoring in protection, air protection. And also, we had a program that is called the Gold Underfoot. It's both direct and indirect, meaning that we could use it as a fertilizer for lawns. Also, I want to mention some awareness raising and counseling programs. Our organization did a lot. Our partners did a lot. Special organizations like Green Wave, that they created a school course, the Climate ABC. I also mentioned another 2 online courses, also a program of ecological plastic that is done by the Plast organization. That organization works with a huge number of young people of different ages, and so their ecological Plast program, they divide it into 3 age groups. Why we give it as an example of contribution and influence of environmental policies and environmental awareness? Because starting from the young age, we are bringing up people that would be inclusive in their approach to ecological issues. So that's our investment into future ecological environmental policies. Another quite interesting experience was in the Eco Club to do the campaign that is called Teplo Vilni. The first wave had quite a wide interest from the communities because it was right before our energy object locations were bombed. So this was quite topical, and now I know that Eco Club is preparing the second wave of this campaign to learn from previous ones and develop few further recommendations. And also, I already mentioned video explainers. You're going to see them during the breaks, but there's quite a number of those video explainers in different organizations, so please discuss them actively. Also, the table games. It was quite an interesting experience for us because previously table games were more of a green wave area of work, and they published it on their website. And then we had organization from Nova Drushkivka, and they were additional bonus from their small projects, small grant that they used for Kirovograd region in communities that hosted the NGOs from other regions. So this was the idea of developing the recycling program. And this table game was promoting it, and we suggested that let's pitch this program, let's advertise this program all over Ukraine, so this idea will not be just lost. And so we're going to have a special training to how to do the games methods in raising awareness, and Nova Drushkivka will share their experience. Also, the expert material develops expert materials that are in open access. They are the analytical reports of the grantees that they did during the period of our initiative. And I want to pay your attention to different posters that we have on the walls of our hall here. You can find QR codes there, and you can see the full list and a full list of analytical materials that have been developed by all of our grantees with the full and with links to the full text of those materials, and you can use them while forming the eco policy strategies and programs. And one of the posters is explaining the influence on eco programs and eco strategies and policies. So please, you can check the full information from using the QR codes. Besides the analytical reports, we also have open access. We have principles of green recovery. We published it in 22. Also aggregator of data, aggregator Safe EcoBot. Also data from monitoring of condition of ecosystem of occupied Crimea. Crimean Tatar Eco Center is monitoring this data. On some methodology of assessing the damage from the war. Organization from Donetsk region really helped a lot. It's called CSO Dochestik Джерел. Also, you're welcome to check the website of CSO, Природоохоронні and Environment Protection and Information System of Ukraine. They create maps where they document the results of Russian war on the ecosystem. They did it for Kharkiv region, and they work with other regions as well. Also, the materials and documents of implemented strategic courses that have been done by different organizations. You are welcome to check all of these materials online. I also mentioned about awareness raising text and video materials. They are all in open access, and you're free to use them. A huge attention in our initiative we gave to networking and giving platforms for exchanging the experience of peer learning and developing strategic partnership that that you could work in coalition and implement your strategic ideas. Of course, first of all, it was informal network that is created through conferences, through joint meetings of grantees, and just in sharing information and discussion. There's also eco discussions that are happening both online, and you can check the recorded materials on Facebook, and that's a good platform for different organizations to express their thoughts on important topics. Also, joint advocacy actions of grantees, like climate march, signing position documents, statement documents. And there's quite a lot of joint statements that were done at the beginning of the war in 2022. We also supported the participation of our grantees in national and international networks, and we also encouraged cross-bubble networking during our events, where we would bring together both broad grantees from different programs and different groups. And here are the list of our communication platforms. Of course, a lot has been done, and it's impossible to put it all in one presentation because a lot of work has been done in 5 years, and there's a lot of information. But I want to say that our partners are extremely important and valuable for us, independently from what kind of grants they implemented, but they are the power that the Renaissance Fund could rely on. We are grateful that you're active, and thank you so much for your work. Thank you. Just the last slide. That's what that has to say everything. Of course, we're extremely grateful to the nation of Sweden for support of our environmental initiative. Unfortunately, not all of the 40 organizations were able to join us in our trip to Sweden, but in that study visit was focused on waste management, and 12 organizations that are mostly involved in this area. They visited Sweden and to learn your experience and to see how you actually implement all of the principles in your society. So we're extremely grateful to you. Thank you. Vasil from Sweden, from the Embassy of Sweden. I want to join my colleague and also use this opportunity and express my gratefulness to all of you and every one of you for the amazing inspiration and determination for your sacrificial work and even risky work and everything that you had to go through in your complicated work, maybe, and research, despite all of the circumstances surrounding you. Truly, this initiative is one of the two big initiatives that the Embassy of Sweden is honored to support. The other initiative is developing analytical centers, but this initiative is younger one, is newer one, but nevertheless, it's still quite capable and valuable. And as we could see, almost prophetic in a way, unfortunately. But it's the initiative that showing the trends and promoting the trends that are already existing to extend and spread them on the level of Ukraine, and then in the view of the participation of Ukraine in European prospect of European Union. I also want to thank the Renaissance Fund and all the management and all the workers of this community, that this initiative will not be successful without. Thank you so much, Vasil, for helping us in this initiative, and your colleagues helped. They were very sensible, especially when the war started, a full-scale war, and we were questioning what we can do with the grants, what to do. Can we use part of the funds for safety reasons? And the embassy was very sensitive to all of this, and we're extremely grateful for that. And again, I want to pay your attention that there is much more information accessible on the platforms that are mentioned on the screen, and you can access them through QR codes. And friends, we have a few more minutes. Finally, because this is our summary conference at this stage of initiative, finally, you can ask your questions with no fears. You can comment whatever you wanted to comment. So you're welcome to use this opportunity right now and share something important to you. Good afternoon. I'm a representative of an organization that is not an actual participant of EPAIU initiative, but since for 9 years we were grantees of Sweden Embassy, and we also had institutional support. So we went through the same path of institutional growth. I believe that our experience could be applied to the EPAIU initiative. So I wanted to share some of my reflections and some important things that I believe important both for us and for the EPAIU participants. First of all, that International Renaissance Fund and Sweden Embassy, they gave institutional support to the environmental CSOs. That is extremely important for developing a capacity over these organizations and strength of these organizations, because through development of internal policies and strengthening of advocacies and information, all of this creates the foundation that organization can go on and be effective for a long period. And I just want to say that it's extremely important for providing certain flexibility, because your project is not limited and is not limited that much, and you can respond to different challenges right away. So institutional support helps with that a lot, and we're extremely grateful, and it's very important. Another important thing is that we are forming the understanding of vision and mission of the organization and consolidating the team around that. That's actually helps them efficiency of the organization. So I'm extremely grateful for this initiative, and I have a question. What are the plans for the future cooperation with the grantees? What other steps do you see for future? Thank you so much. And I want to say that the ecology of the human right is ecology is a human right. They were good partners, however, not an actual grantees. I also want to mention the organization Society and Environment. They are not represented here, but they are still our partners, as well as other ones, VDF and Green Incubator, and many other organizations who are just partners and are experts. As for your question, of course, Renaissance Fund in its strategy has environment and influence on climate change issues. Of course, we will continue to support this component within the programs that are within the competitions that our program offers, like fighting different corruption issues in the environmental area. So we are considering future work, and we will continue to support it, no matter if this specific initiative will continue or not. If there will be a goodwill of our Swedish partners, SIDA partners, we are kind of giving you a hint, just very slight hint. Of course, we would love to continue. We would love to have a second wave of our work, maybe more focused on certain topics, not just a general, but more topical, but with the same institutional component, because as Pani Ganna just mentioned, and I'm grateful for that, that gives us the greatest impact on the environmental movement and environmental mentality in Ukraine that our society needs so much. So that will be up to the embassy to decide for future work. And one more question or comment. Thank you so much. First of all, I want to start with thanking Tatiana personally for all her efforts in this initiative, because she not just did the project, she really built a community out of all of us, community that exchanged experience, learned from each other, and developed, built further connections and cooperation. Also, I want to underline the value of initiative that is finishing right now. This initiative gave capacities for institutional development of environmental CSOs. It allowed us to do something that most of the other donors usually demand from us when we apply for grants. So I just want to say that this problem is not fully covered. Yes, it's because new CSOs are being started right now, and the organization that went through this initiative, they just gained their momentum with learning, and now this tool is taken away from them. Of course, in a way I'm joking and exaggerating, but I just want to stress how important for there are donors who help the organization and help the organization to strengthen their institutional capacity, because institutional capacity, that's our background, that's a foundation that allows us to do our actual task. So I want to thank Tatiana, and I want to thank the Renaissance Fund, and I want to thank the Swedish people. I want to give more the word to the person who is actually more maybe central to this. No, I'm not that central. I want to thank you for your comment and speaking about the plans of our embassy and a future cooperation. As my colleague mentioned in his introductory speech, at the end of the summer, we received a new strategy that's been approved by the Swedish government for Ukraine, and it's available in. I think it's it's available in open access both in English and in Ukrainian, and now we are developing operational component of this program. So it's a framework document through that we developed through dialogue and consultations from different parties. And with them, we are converting it into a project of a working plan or action plan, and as a result, this document the results of this document will show what will be done in our focus up till 2027. As for organizational and institutional development, and that was very sweet thing for me, because that's something that I personally have been working on recently, using the tools and the resources that the embassy gives. The embassy does its best to advocate this approach, program approach, as opposed to a project approach compared to other donors. To be honest, this advocacy was quite complicated and difficult for us. It's probably haven't reached the purposes, the aims that we had, and we were in minority, trying to raise the awareness why it's important to support the organizational development, why it's important to support taxes, why it's important to support office rent, and many other parts that will not allow organization to work openly and honestly. Unfortunately, events after the full-scale attack of Russia showed to many of our colleagues how important the importance of this initiative. And we were one of the donors that haven't stopped financing, that didn't decrease finances. We just kept being flexible, and we were flexible with giving some funds to some safety needs, but we need your voices on your side, your voices in advocating among donors the approach to grants, changing the paradigm of grants, simplifying and maybe generalizing some things like giving reports, or maybe just making one big report instead of lots of small ones, one big report that will show the work of organization in accordance to its strategy. And many other things that you know yourself, working together with Tatiana and Natalia Sannikova and many other colleagues from the Renaissance Fund. So we also ask for your help, for your voices in working with donors and bringing to their attention these issues. And what Hanna mentioned a bit earlier, it just proves how much this model is more sustainable and more flexible. Yes, that's totally true. Because as well as the house needs a foundation, in the same way organization needs institutional development and support. And to be honest, I believe that all the organizations support us in the understanding that if it were not for the institutional support, then we will not be able to achieve the results with all of those legislation and strategies, because we cannot separate that one donor separated this thing and the other donor separated that one, because we just had this very good platform, very good foundation for organization to keep working and achieving things. And what I'm especially pleased is that our institutional grantees are now applying for bigger grants and receiving bigger grants, larger grants in comparison to what they received for institutional development. And it's all due to their improved financial and accounting system and due to their experience of working with grants in open and honest way. That's what donors are usually looking for, because it's possible when you just get even a small amount of funds, and it's impossible not to report on its usage because it'll be just not fair and not honest. So we are extremely grateful for this institutional support, and we hope that we will be able to help with another group of CSOs. But I want to say that what we saw in Sweden was a totally different type of organization. It was more of a bigger, influential membership organizations that are even more effective in what they are doing, thanks to this joining together the big number of communities. So, but Ukraine has its own realities. We have more regions, but we probably need to leave the practice of a smaller organization with 3 or a few more staff members, but we need to look into bigger organizations. And thank you for your support. Maybe it's a bitter truth, because sometimes we say where there are 2 Ukrainians, there's 3 CSOs or NGOs. So we just need to think for the future and be more strategic, whom we want to join our efforts with, whom we want to be friends with. And later, we will have that mentioned in a presentation from Stop Poisoning Kraveri, and that'll be in our next session. So think about whom you want to join your strength with. Thank you, Tatiana. It sounds like a plan. I'm pretty sure. It seems like you're all preparing for lunch, but I want to take one more minute of your time, and just use your applauses to thank all of everyone who participated in this coalition. So first of all, thanks to Tatiana Kukharenko, who just presented, Vasil Romanyuk, who also gained some gray hair because of this initiative, Alexei Orlovsky, that you probably worked with quite often. And we have the whole number of people that worked with logistics: Olena Lutsishina, Olena Khrushchak, and Yulia Olshina, Alexandra Oberenko, she was in communication with you, and I did a bit of that. And first of all, you need to thank each other, because you helped us to create this community and achieve some quality results. So let's just thank each other. And I'll see you at lunch.
Зовсім. Це заходи, що допомагають захищати та відновлювати екосистеми, забезпечувати добробут людей та зберігати біорізноманіття. Наприклад, можна зменшити масштаби вирубки лісів, особливо у верхів'ї водойм. Тваринкам буде де жити, а ми матимемо чисту воду, захист від паводків, свіже повітря та місце, куди ходитимемо по гриби. Інший варіант – збереження та відновлення прибережних екосистем або безорне землеробство. Ґрунт ставатиме краще, накопичуватиме вуглець та вологу, до того ж зменшується використання паливно-мастильних матеріалів. Ще один приклад – чергування вирощування різних сільськогосподарських культур. Воно позитивно впливає на мікробіологічні процеси та загальний стан ґрунту. Крім цього, можна створювати зелені дахи і стіни, дощові садочки у містах. Але навіщо все це громадам? Природоорієнтовані рішення зменшують вплив змін клімату, стихійних явищ на громади та домогосподарства. Ця проблема з кожним днем стає все більш актуальною. Клімат змінюється, росте кількість природних катаклізмів. Ну а ще природоорієнтовані рішення створюють статичні зони для відпочинку. Мабуть, це складно, довго і дорого. Усе відносно. Наразі місцеві бюджети в Україні витрачають мільярди на несталі практики догляду за зеленими насадженнями. Натомість природоорієнтовані рішення комплексні, сталі та довготривалі. Вони передбачають використання місцевих багаторічних, а не модних однорічних видів. До речі, це ще й значно дешевше. Так, для створення клумби з однорічних квітучих рослин потрібно спеціально вирощувати їх у теплицях, перевозити до місця висадки, поливати, а вже за місяць знову викопувати та замінювати, бо рослини відцвіли. Ось це якраз дорого і складно. А можна один раз створити композицію з багаторічних видів, які чудово адаптовані до місцевих умов. Цей підхід мінімізує догляд та витрати на такі насадження. В Україні вже є реальні круті приклади природоорієнтованих рішень. Вони стають відповіддю на природні аномалії. Так лише у липні було зафіксовано 2 рекорди добової кількості опадів. Тому українські міста почали переймати європейський досвід поводження з надлишками дощової води. Наприклад, в Івано-Франківську для її поглинання впроваджують концепцію міста-губки. Однією зі складових цього підходу є парки на дахах споруд. Такі останнім часом почали з'являтися і в Києві. Ось, наприклад, парк на багатоквартирному будинку біля метро Олімпійська. У Львові вже створюють дощовий садок із водопроникною поверхнею та контейнерним озелененням. Потрохи навіть починають створювати живі стіни з використанням винограду вічі. Його пагони зростають від 1 до 3 метрів на рік, а саджанці коштують близько 80 гривень. Нові підходи дозволяють вирощувати рослини на дахах і на стінах, навіть дерева. Але наскільки добре сьогодні доглядають за звичайними деревами у громадах? Розглянемо це у наступному відео. Нам всім у школі казали, дерева важливі, саджайте дерева, доглядайте за ними. Але чому? Невже справа лише у свіжому повітрі? Не тільки. Дерева зменшують рівень шуму, роблять наші міста естетично привабливими, створюють комфортні умови для життя людей та надають незліченну кількість інших послуг. Одне доросле дерево в середньому може надавати екосистемних послуг на суму близько 1-2 тисяч гривень щорічно. Можливо, це не здається фантастичним показником, але лише вздовж однієї вулиці можуть рости десятки дерев, а в одному парку – тисячі. Тож рахуйте самі. І це лише частина послуг, що мають фінансовий еквівалент. Насправді, дерева безцінні. Згадана сума напряму залежить від стану та розміру крони кожного дерева. Цікаво, що неправильний догляд – це основна проблема для дерев у місті. Йдеться про надмірне обрізання крон, а також незаконне видалення. Як результат, громади недоотримують екосистемні послуги та переплачують за недолугий догляд, який вбиває дерева. Щоб у вашій громаді з'явились сталі практики догляду за деревами, важливо займати активну громадську позицію. Перш за все, якщо ви помітили, як хтось обрізає дерево у вашому дворі, запитайте дозвільні документи у виконавців. Якщо є проблеми, ви можете викликати поліцію та написати заяву про знищення чи пошкодження зелених насаджень. Також можна звернутись до екоінспекції чи міськради. Громадський моніторинг і контроль дуже важливі, адже управління зеленими насадженнями має бути прозорим. Українське законодавство у сфері догляду за деревами недосконале, але на місцевих рівнях з'являються позитивні зрушення. Так, у 2023 році в Києві затвердили рекомендації по догляду за кронами дерев у місті Києві, в яких до дерев нарешті ставляться як до живого організму. Там є чіткі інструкції, як обрізати дерева без абсурдного омолоджувального кронування. І хоча це лише рекомендації, сподіваємося, що найближчим часом вони стануть правилами. Збереження старовікових та цінних дерев також надзвичайно важливе. Тут справа за інвентаризацією та розміщенням спеціальних табличок. В ідеалі має бути мапа з усією розгорнутою інформацією про кожне дерево. На ній будь-хто може подивитись, як те дерево обрізали, лікували чи видаляли. Такі мапи у дещо спрощеній версії вже почали з'являтись у Львові, Луцьку, Києві та Одесі. Якщо дерево захворіло, не потрібно одразу його пускати на дрова. Уявіть, якби стоматолог виривав би вам усі хворі зуби, замість того, щоб просто поставити пломбу. Така собі перспектива. Дерева теж можна і треба лікувати. Обробляти рани препаратами від спор грибів, замазувати спеціальними сумішами. Звісно, не всі мають вміти це правильно робити, але важливість дерев для наших громад має розуміти кожен. Тому поширюйте цей ролик, адже незнання має свої наслідки. Так само наслідки має і часте косіння газонів у містах. Які вони та як їх уникнути, розкажемо в наступному відео. Для чого потрібні газони в містах? Щоб було де посидіти ввечері з гітарою на пікніку? Не тільки. Газони, а також квітково-трав'яниста рослинність приносять громадам купу екосистемних послуг. Вони запобігають ерозії, покращують властивості ґрунту, поглинають надмірну кількість води після сильних дощів, приваблюють корисних комах та багато-багато іншого. Трав'яниста рослинність потребує косіння або випасання. Варіанти з випасанням у місті може здатись нереалістичним, але все можливо. Так у Римі місцева влада вирішила замінити гучні газонокосарки на овець та кіз. В українських містах траву поки просто косять, однак роблять це занадто часто. Щойно сходить сніг і з'являються перші паростки трави, косарі вже на своїх місцях. І аж до пізньої осені процедура косіння повторюється кожні 2-3 тижні. Але дарма. Такої періодичності потребують лише певні спеціальні газони, а вони не надто поширені. Натомість більшість трав'янистої рослинності у наших містах – це спонтанна рослинність, яку достатньо покосити 2-3 рази за весь сезон. Кожен вихід з газонокосаркою – це джерело шуму та забруднення повітря, витрачене паливо та заробітна плата комунальникам. У Ньюкаслі, що в Австралії, косіння міських газонів створює 5,2% всіх викидів окису вуглецю та 11,6% викидів вуглецевих сполук у місті. Більшість із них токсичні і навіть можуть сприяти розвитку раку. Висока трава – це непогано. Вона краще поглинає вологу під час злив, дає раду пилу та шкідливим речовинам, знижує температуру повітря. Надмірне косіння значно гірше, воно стає причиною висихання трави у спеку, розрідження трав'янистого покриву, ерозії та інших негараздів. Окрім газонів, в Україні дуже популярно робити квіткові композиції з однорічних рослин. Це дуже гарно, а ще дуже дорого. До того ж від них мінімум користі з екологічної точки зору. У газонів та клумб з однорічників є чудова альтернатива – різнотрав'я з місцевих багаторічних лучних рослин. Доглядати за ними не складно, а це, своєю чергою, економія часу та грошей. Різнотрав'я стійкіше до несприятливих умов, наприклад, засухи чи надмірної зливи. Має більш привабливий вигляд та ефективніше очищує повітря. В містах Європи використання різнотрав'я дуже популярне. В Україні такі ініціативи ще не стали масовими, але вже починають з'являтися. Зокрема, у Києві провели експеримент зі створення декоративних луків на ділянках, де утримання газонів не є доцільним. У Львові також висаджування різнотрав'я, а ще тестують зменшення об'ємів косіння газонів. І результати вражають. Окей, різнотрав'я, дерева та кущі важливі для екосистеми міста. А як щодо озер та боліт? Про це поговоримо вже в наступному нашому відео. Зелені насадження. Що це? Квіточки у дворі та скульптури з пофарбованих автомобільних шин? Ні, це дерева та чагарники, що забезпечують прохолоду у парку, де ви бігаєте щоранку. Це зелена трава біля озера чи у сквері, на якій так приємно просто посидіти, влаштувати пікнік, поспілкуватися з друзями. Усі ці рослини дійсно важливі, бо вони роблять свій внесок у добробут людини. Внесок, який ще називають екосистемними послугами. Вони всі безоплатні, за їхнє використання у нас грошей ніхто не бере. Однак частина таких послуг все ж може мати грошовий еквівалент. Так, група американських дослідників оцінила загальну річну вартість лісових товарів та послуг у понад 4,5 трильйони доларів. Це як 23 ВВП України. Але реальна їхня вартість значно вища. Все залежить від підходів до оцінки та глибини дослідження. То яка конкретно роль зелених насаджень, крім того, що робити міста гарнішими? Ну, наприклад, видаляти токсичні речовини з повітря, очищувати ґрунт та воду, продукувати кисень, зменшувати шумове забруднення. Жили колись у квартирі, вікна якої виходять на шосе. А якби вздовж вулиці розташувалось більше дерев, було б значно тихіше. А ще зелені насадження покращують фізичне та ментальне здоров'я, затримують вітер, знижують температуру влітку. І тут мова не лише про тінь від дерев. Температура поверхні газонів у спекотний літній день також значно нижча, ніж, наприклад, в асфальту чи тротуарної плитки. Ну і останнє, але надзвичайно важливе. Зелені зони міст допомагають адаптуватися до стихійних лих. Коріння дерев та чагарників укріплює схили та зменшує ризики зсувів і розмивання ґрунтів. Логіка проста. Більше зелених насаджень, більше комфорту та переваг для громад. Краще здоров'я у містян. Тож майбутнє точно за природоорієнтованими рішеннями. А їхні переваги для громад ми розглянемо в наступному відео.
Навіщо місту водно-болотні угіддя? Водні ще зрозуміло, але ж болота на що? Жеб та комарів розводите? Ні, на цим ні, водно-болотні угіддя. Спробуємо розібратися разом. Водно-болотні угіддя – це загальний термін, що об'єднує більшість типів водойм, включно з річками, озерами та навіть морськими акваторіями, глибина яких не перевищує 6 метрів. Ці угіддя є надзвичайно цінними для добробуту людини, адже забезпечують нас прісною водою, очищують поверхневі води, годують людство. Без них не було б рибальства та сільського господарства. Вони забезпечують нас ресурсами для природних промислів, будівництва та опалення, пом'якшують вплив штормів та захищають берегову лінію від руйнування. Збитки від повеней зменшуються, і це дозволяє заощадити світовій страховій галузі близько 50 мільярдів євро. Але якщо і цього здається замало, ось ще один факт. Водно-болотні угіддя продукують кисень і допомагають у боротьбі зі зміною клімату. Усі ці аргументи задекларовані у Рамсарській конвенції. Це документ, що сприяє збереженню та раціональному використанню водно-болотних угідь, які є домом для водоплавних птахів. В Україні налічується близько 50 водно-болотних угідь, які офіційно визнані Рамсарською конвенцією, а території, що потенційно можуть долучитись до неї, в рази більше. Водно-болотні угіддя зникають втричі швидше, ніж ліси, хоча їхня економічна і біологічна цінність значно вища. Стратегія біорізноманіття ЄС до 2030 року закликає сприяти відновленню цих екосистем та збалансовано управляти ними. Це дозволить скоротити токсичні викиди в атмосферу та адаптуватися до зміни клімату. У світі набирають поширення не лише практики відновлення водно-болотних угідь, а й їхнє штучне створення. Одним із яскравих прикладів є біоплато. Це штучно створена екосистема для очищення стічних вод. Технологія вдвічі дешевша за альтернативні методи. Крім того, ці території є середовищем існування ряду тварин. В Україні поступово приходять до відновлення водно-болотних угідь. Так, на Закарпатті у національному парку «Зачарований край» відновлюють болото Чорне Багно. Успішність проєкту оцінюватимуть за довготривалістю знаходження там мікропопуляції бобрів. На Львівщині повторно зволожують та відновлюють заповідне болото Заливки на території біосферного резервату Росточчя. Його осушили понад 50 років тому, а тепер вода повільно повертається. Водно-болотні угіддя надають людству чи не найбільше екосистемних послуг. Та все ж вони лише частина дуже складного механізму. Природа працює комплексно, тому не можна обрати, що важливіше – озеро, ліс чи різнотрав'я. Так само неможливо переоцінити важливість природоорієнтованих рішень. На цьому завершується наша освітня серія. Посилання на всі матеріали ви знайдете в описі до цього відео.
Природоорієнтовані рішення. Що це? Відкрити парк на місці, де планувалося зведення школи? Не зовсім. Це заходи, що допомагають захищати та відновлювати екосистеми, забезпечувати добробут людей та зберігати біорізноманіття. Наприклад, можна зменшити масштаби вирубки лісів, особливо у верхів'ї водойм. Тваринкам буде де жити, а ми матимемо чисту воду, захист від паводків, свіже повітря та місце, куди ходитимемо по гриби. Інший варіант – збереження та відновлення прибережних екосистем або безорне землеробство. Ґрунт ставатиме краще, накопичуватиме вуглець та вологу, до того ж зменшується використання паливно-мастильних матеріалів. Ще один приклад – чергування вирощування різних сільськогосподарських культур. Воно позитивно впливає на мікробіологічні процеси та загальний стан ґрунту. Крім цього, можна створювати зелені дахи і стіни, дощові садочки у містах. Але навіщо все це громадам? Природоорієнтовані рішення зменшують вплив змін клімату, стихійних явищ на громади та домогосподарства. Ця проблема з кожним днем стає все більш актуальною. Клімат змінюється, росте кількість природних катаклізмів. Ну а ще природоорієнтовані рішення створюють статичні зони для відпочинку. Мабуть, це складно, довго і дорого. Усе відносно. Наразі місцеві бюджети в Україні витрачають мільярди на несталі практики догляду за зеленими насадженнями. Натомість природоорієнтовані рішення комплексні, сталі та довготривалі. Вони передбачають використання місцевих багаторічних, а не модних однорічних видів. До речі, це ще й значно дешевше. Так, для створення клумби з однорічних квітучих рослин потрібно спеціально вирощувати їх у теплицях, перевозити до місця висадки, поливати, а вже за місяць знову викопувати та замінювати, бо рослини відцвіли. Ось це якраз дорого і складно. А можна один раз створити композицію з багаторічних видів, які чудово адаптовані до місцевих умов. Цей підхід мінімізує догляд та витрати на такі насадження. В Україні вже є реальні круті приклади природоорієнтованих рішень. Вони стають відповіддю на природні аномалії. Так лише у липні було зафіксовано 2 рекорди добової кількості опадів. Тому українські міста почали переймати європейський досвід поводження з надлишками дощової води. Наприклад, в Івано-Франківську для її поглинання впроваджують концепцію міста-губки. Однією зі складових цього підходу є парки на дахах споруд. Такі останнім часом почали з'являтися і в Києві. Ось, наприклад, парк на багатоквартирному будинку біля метро Олімпійська. У Львові вже створюють дощовий садок із водопроникною поверхнею та контейнерним озелененням. Потрохи навіть починають створювати живі стіни з використанням винограду вічі. Його пагони зростають від 1 до 3 метрів на рік, а саджанці коштують близько 80 гривень. Нові підходи дозволяють вирощувати рослини на дахах і на стінах, навіть дерева. Але наскільки добре сьогодні доглядають за звичайними деревами у громадах? Розглянемо це у наступному відео. Нам всім у школі казали, дерева важливі, саджайте дерева, доглядайте за ними. Але чому? Невже справа лише у свіжому повітрі? Не тільки. Дерева зменшують рівень шуму, роблять наші міста естетично привабливими, створюють комфортні умови для життя людей та надають незліченну кількість інших послуг. Одне доросле дерево в середньому може надавати екосистемних послуг на суму близько 1-2 тисяч гривень щорічно. Можливо, це не здається фантастичним показником, але лише вздовж однієї вулиці можуть рости десятки дерев, а в одному парку – тисячі. Тож рахуйте самі. І це лише частина послуг, що мають фінансовий еквівалент. Насправді, дерева безцінні. Згадана сума напряму залежить від стану та розміру крони кожного дерева. Цікаво, що неправильний догляд – це основна проблема для дерев у місті. Йдеться про надмірне обрізання крон, а також незаконне видалення. Як результат, громади недоотримують екосистемні послуги та переплачують за недолугий догляд, який вбиває дерева. Щоб у вашій громаді з'явились сталі практики догляду за деревами, важливо займати активну громадську позицію. Перш за все, якщо ви помітили, як хтось обрізає дерево у вашому дворі, запитайте дозвільні документи у виконавців. Якщо є проблеми, ви можете викликати поліцію та написати заяву про знищення чи пошкодження зелених насаджень. Також можна звернутись до екоінспекції чи міськради. Громадський моніторинг і контроль дуже важливі, адже управління зеленими насадженнями має бути прозорим. Українське законодавство у сфері догляду за деревами недосконале, але на місцевих рівнях з'являються позитивні зрушення. Так, у 2023 році в Києві затвердили рекомендації по догляду за кронами дерев у місті Києві, в яких до дерев нарешті ставляться як до живого організму. Там є чіткі інструкції, як обрізати дерева без абсурдного омолоджувального кронування. І хоча це лише рекомендації, сподіваємося, що найближчим часом вони стануть правилами. Збереження старовікових та цінних дерев також надзвичайно важливе. Тут справа за інвентаризацією та розміщенням спеціальних табличок. В ідеалі має бути мапа з усією розгорнутою інформацією про кожне дерево. На ній будь-хто може подивитись, як те дерево обрізали, лікували чи видаляли. Такі мапи у дещо спрощеній версії вже почали з'являтись у Львові, Луцьку, Києві та Одесі. Якщо дерево захворіло, не потрібно одразу його пускати на дрова. Уявіть, якби стоматолог виривав би вам усі хворі зуби, замість того, щоб просто поставити пломбу. Така собі перспектива. Дерева теж можна і треба лікувати. Обробляти рани препаратами від спор грибів, замазувати спеціальними сумішами. Звісно, не всі мають вміти це правильно робити, але важливість дерев для наших громад має розуміти кожен. Тому поширюйте цей ролик, адже незнання має свої наслідки. Так само наслідки має і часте косіння газонів у містах. Які вони та як їх уникнути, розкажемо в наступному відео.
Для чого потрібні газони в містах? Щоб було де посидіти ввечері з гітарою на пікніку? Не тільки. Газони, а також квітково-трав'яниста рослинність приносять громадам купу екосистемних послуг. Вони запобігають ерозії, покращують властивості ґрунту, поглинають надмірну кількість води після сильних дощів, приваблюють корисних комах та багато-багато іншого. Трав'яниста рослинність потребує косіння або випасання. Варіанти з випасанням у місті може здатись нереалістичним, але все можливо. Так у Римі місцева влада вирішила замінити гучні газонокосарки на овець та кіз. В українських містах траву поки просто косять, однак роблять це занадто часто. Щойно сходить сніг і з'являються перші паростки трави, косарі вже на своїх місцях. І аж до пізньої осені процедура косіння повторюється кожні 2-3 тижні. Але дарма. Такої періодичності потребують лише певні спеціальні газони, а вони не надто поширені. Натомість більшість трав'янистої рослинності у наших містах – це спонтанна рослинність, яку достатньо покосити 2-3 рази за весь сезон. Кожен вихід з газонокосаркою – це джерело шуму та забруднення повітря, витрачене паливо та заробітна плата комунальникам. У Ньюкаслі, що в Австралії, косіння міських газонів створює 5,2% всіх викидів окису вуглецю та 11,6% викидів вуглецевих сполук в місті. Більшість із них токсичні і навіть можуть сприяти розвитку раку. Висока трава – це непогано. Вона краще поглинає вологу під час злив, дає раду пилу та шкідливим речовинам, знижує температуру повітря. Надмірне косіння значно гірше, воно стає причиною висихання трави у спеку, розрідження трав'янистого покриву, ерозії та інших негараздів. Окрім газонів, в Україні дуже популярно робити квіткові композиції з однорічних рослин. Це дуже гарно, а ще дуже дорого. До того ж, від них мінімум користі з екологічної точки зору. У газонів та клумб з однорічників є чудова альтернатива – різнотрав'я з місцевих багаторічних лучних рослин. Доглядати за ними нескладно, а це, своєю чергою, економія часу та грошей. Різнотрав'я стійкіше до несприятливих умов, наприклад, засухи чи надмірної зливи, має більш привабливий вигляд та ефективніше очищує повітря. В містах Європи використання різнотрав'я дуже популярне. В Україні такі ініціативи ще не стали масовими, але вже починають з'являтися. Зокрема, у Києві провели експеримент зі створення декоративних луків на ділянках, де утримання газонів не є доцільним. У Львові також висаджування різнотрав'я, а ще тестують зменшення об'ємів косіння газонів. І результати вражають. Окей, різнотрав'я, дерева та кущі важливі для екосистеми міста. А як щодо озер та боліт? Про це поговоримо вже в наступному нашому відео.
Зелені насадження. Що це? Квіточки у дворі та скульптури з пофарбованих автомобільних шин? Ні, це дерева та чагарники, що забезпечують прохолоду у парку, де ви бігаєте щоранку. Це зелена трава біля озера чи у сквері, на якій так приємно просто посидіти, влаштувати пікнік, поспілкуватися з друзями. Усі ці рослини дійсно важливі, бо вони роблять свій внесок у добробут людини. Внесок, який ще називають екосистемними послугами. Вони всі безоплатні, за їхнє використання у нас грошей ніхто не бере. Однак частина таких послуг все ж може мати грошовий еквівалент. Так, група американських дослідників оцінила загальну річну вартість лісових товарів та послуг у понад 4,5 трильйони доларів. Це як 23 ВВП України. Але реальна їхня вартість значно вища. Все залежить від підходів до оцінки та глибини дослідження. То яка конкретно роль зелених насаджень, крім того, що робити міста гарнішими? Ну, наприклад, видаляти токсичні речовини з повітря, очищувати ґрунт та воду, продукувати кисень, зменшувати шумове забруднення. Жили колись у квартирі, вікна якої виходять на шосе. А якби вздовж вулиці розташувалось більше дерев, було б значно тихіше. А ще зелені насадження покращують фізичне та ментальне здоров'я, затримують вітер, знижують температуру влітку. І тут мова не лише про тінь від дерев. Температура поверхні газонів у спекотний літній день також значно нижча, ніж, наприклад, в асфальту чи тротуарної плитки. Ну і останнє, але надзвичайно важливе. Зелені зони міст допомагають адаптуватися до стихійних лих. Коріння дерев та чагарників укріплює схили та зменшує ризики зсувів і розмивання ґрунтів. Логіка проста. Більше зелених насаджень, більше комфорту та переваг для громад. Краще здоров'я у містян. Тож майбутнє точно за природоорієнтованими рішеннями. А їхні переваги для громад ми розглянемо в наступному відео.
Навіщо місту водно-болотні угіддя? Водні ще зрозуміло, але ж болота на що? Жаб та комарів розводити? Ні, на цимці ні, водно-болотні угіддя. Спробуємо розібратися разом. Водно-болотні угіддя – це загальний термін, що об'єднує більшість типів водойм, включно з річками, озерами та навіть морськими акваторіями, глибина яких не перевищує 6 метрів. Ці угіддя є надзвичайно цінними для добробуту людини, адже забезпечують нас прісною водою, очищують поверхневі води, годують людство. Без них не було б рибальства та сільського господарства. Вони забезпечують нас ресурсами для природних промислів, будівництва та опалення, пом'якшують вплив штормів та захищають берегову лінію від руйнування. Збитки від повеней зменшуються, і це дозволяє заощадити світовій страховій галузі близько 50 мільярдів євро. Але якщо і цього здається замало, ось ще один факт. Водно-болотні угіддя продукують кисень і допомагають у боротьбі зі зміною клімату. Усі ці аргументи задекларовані у Рамсарській конвенції. Це документ, що сприяє збереженню та раціональному використанню водно-болотних угідь, які є домом для водоплавних птахів. В Україні налічується близько 50 водно-болотних угідь, які офіційно визнані Рамсарською конвенцією, а території, що потенційно можуть долучитись до неї, в рази більше. Водно-болотні угіддя зникають втричі швидше, ніж ліси, хоча їхня економічна і біологічна цінність значно вища. Стратегія біорізноманіття ЄС до 2030 року закликає сприяти відновленню цих екосистем та збалансовано управляти ними. Це дозволить скоротити токсичні викиди в атмосферу та адаптуватися до зміни клімату. У світі набирають поширення не лише практики відновлення водно-болотних угідь, а й їхнє штучне створення. Одним із яскравих прикладів є біоплато. Це штучно створена екосистема для очищення стічних вод. Технологія вдвічі дешевша за альтернативні методи. Крім того, ці території є середовищем існування ряду тварин. В Україні поступово приходять до відновлення водно-болотних угідь. Так, на Закарпатті у національному парку «Зачарований край» відновлюють болото Чорне Багно. Успішність проєкту оцінюватимуть за довготривалістю знаходження там мікропопуляцій бобрів. Львів. На Львівщині повторно зволожують та відновлюють заповідне болото заливки на території біосферного резервату Розточчя. Його осушили понад 50 років тому, а тепер вода повільно повертається. Водно-болотні угіддя надають людству чи не найбільше екосистемних послуг. Та все ж вони лише частина дуже складного механізму. Природа працює комплексно, тому не можна обрати, що важливіше – озеро, ліс чи різнотрав'я. Так само неможливо переоцінити важливість природоорієнтованих рішень. На цьому завершується наша освітня серія. Посилання на всі матеріали ви знайдете в описі до цього відео.
Природоорієнтовані рішення. Що це? Відкрити парк на місці, де планувалося зведення школи? Не зовсім. Це заходи, що допомагають захищати та відновлювати екосистеми, забезпечувати добробут людей та зберігати біорізноманіття. Наприклад, можна зменшити масштаби вирубки лісів, особливо у верхів'ї водойм. Тваринкам буде де жити, а ми матимемо чисту воду, захист від паводків, свіже повітря та місце, куди ходитимемо по гриби. Інший варіант – збереження та відновлення прибережних екосистем або безорне землеробство. Ґрунт ставатиме краще, накопичуватиме вуглець та вологу, до того ж зменшується використання паливно-мастильних матеріалів. Ще один приклад – чергування вирощування різних сільськогосподарських культур. Воно позитивно впливає на мікробіологічні процеси та загальний стан ґрунту. Крім цього, можна створювати зелені дахи і стіни, дощові садочки у містах. Але навіщо все це громадам? Природоорієнтовані рішення зменшують вплив змін клімату, стихійних явищ на громади та домогосподарства. Ця проблема з кожним днем стає все більш актуальною. Клімат змінюється, росте кількість природних катаклізмів. Ну а ще природоорієнтовані рішення створюють естетичні зони для відпочинку. Мабуть, це складно, довго і дорого. Усе відносно. Наразі місцеві бюджети в Україні витрачають мільярди на несталі практики догляду за зеленими насадженнями. Натомість природоорієнтовані рішення комплексні, сталі та довготривалі. Вони передбачають використання місцевих багаторічних, а не модних однорічних видів. До речі, це ще й значно дешевше. Так, для створення клумби з однорічних квітучих рослин потрібно спеціально вирощувати їх у теплицях, перевозити до місця висадки, поливати, а вже за місяць знову викопувати та замінювати, бо рослини відцвіли. Ось це якраз дорого і складно. А можна один раз створити композицію з багаторічних видів, які чудово адаптовані до місцевих умов. Цей підхід мінімізує догляд та витрати на такі насадження. В Україні вже є реальні круті приклади природоорієнтованих рішень. Вони стають відповіддю на природні аномалії. Так лише у липні було зафіксовано 2 рекорди добової кількості опадів. Тому українські міста почали переймати європейський досвід поводження з надлишками дощової води. Наприклад, в Івано-Франківську для її поглинання впроваджують концепцію міста-губки. Однією зі складових цього підходу є парки на дахах споруд. Такі останнім часом почали з'являтися і в Києві. Ось, наприклад, парк на багатоквартирному будинку біля метро Олімпійська. У Львові вже створюють дощовий садок із водопроникною поверхнею та контейнерним озелененням. Потрохи навіть починають створювати живі стіни з використанням винограду вічі. Його пагони зростають від 1 до 3 метрів на рік, а саджанці коштують близько 80 гривень. Нові підходи дозволяють вирощувати рослини на дахах і на стінах, навіть дерева. Але наскільки добре сьогодні доглядають за звичайними деревами у громадах? Розглянемо це у наступному відео. Нам всім у школі казали, дерева важливі, саджайте дерева, доглядайте за ними. Але чому? Невже справа лише у свіжому повітрі? Не тільки. Дерева зменшують рівень шуму, роблять наші міста естетично привабливими, створюють комфортні умови для життя людей та надають незліченну кількість інших послуг. Одне доросле дерево в середньому може надавати екосистемних послуг на суму близько 1-2 тисяч гривень щорічно. Можливо, це не здається фантастичним показником, але лише вздовж однієї вулиці можуть рости десятки дерев, а в одному парку – тисячі. Тож рахуйте самі. І це лише частина послуг, що мають фінансовий еквівалент. Насправді, дерева безцінні. Згадана сума напряму залежить від стану та розміру крони кожного дерева. Цікаво, що неправильний догляд – це основна проблема для дерев у місті. Йдеться про надмірне обрізання крон, а також незаконне видалення. Як результат, громади недоотримують екосистемні послуги та переплачують за недолугий догляд, який вбиває дерева. Щоб у вашій громаді з'явились сталі практики догляду за деревами, важливо займати активну громадську позицію. Перш за все, якщо ви помітили, як хтось обрізає дерево у вашому дворі, запитайте дозвільні документи у виконавців. Якщо є проблеми, ви можете викликати поліцію та написати заяву про знищення чи пошкодження зелених насаджень. Також можна звернутись до екоінспекції чи міськради. Громадський моніторинг і контроль дуже важливі, адже управління зеленими насадженнями має бути прозорим. Українське законодавство у сфері догляду за деревами недосконале, але на місцевих рівнях з'являються позитивні зрушення. Так, у 2023 році в Києві затвердили рекомендації по догляду за кронами дерев у місті Києві, в яких до дерев нарешті ставляться як до живого організму. Там є чіткі інструкції, як обрізати дерева без абсурдного омолоджувального кронування. І хоча це лише рекомендації, сподіваємося, що найближчим часом вони стануть правилами. Збереження старовікових та цінних дерев також надзвичайно важливе. Тут справа за інвентаризацією та розміщенням спеціальних табличок. В ідеалі має бути мапа з усією розгорнутою інформацією про кожне дерево. На ній будь-хто може подивитись, як те дерево обрізали, лікували чи видаляли. Такі мапи у дещо спрощеній версії вже почали з'являтись у Львові, Луцьку, Києві та Одесі. Якщо дерево захворіло, не потрібно одразу його пускати на дрова. Уявіть, якби стоматолог виривав би вам усі хворі зуби, замість того, щоб просто поставити пломбу. Така собі перспектива. Дерева теж можна і треба лікувати. Обробляти рани препаратами від спор грибів, замазувати спеціальними сумішами. Звісно, не всі мають вміти це правильно робити, але важливість дерев для наших громад має розуміти кожен. Тому поширюйте цей ролик, адже незнання має свої наслідки. Так само наслідки має і часте косіння газонів у містах. Які вони та як їх уникнути, розкажемо в наступному відео.
Для чого потрібні газони в містах? Щоб було де посидіти ввечері з гітарою на пікніку? Не тільки. Газони, а також квітково-трав'яниста рослинність приносять громадам купу екосистемних послуг. Вони запобігають ерозії, покращують властивості ґрунту, поглинають надмірну кількість води після сильних дощів, приваблюють корисних комах та багато-багато іншого. Трав'яниста рослинність потребує косіння або випасання. Варіанти з випасанням у місті може здатись нереалістичним, але все можливо. Так у Римі місцева влада вирішила замінити гучні газонокосарки на овець та кіз. В українських містах траву поки просто косять, однак роблять це занадто часто. Щойно сходить сніг і з'являються перші паростки трави, косарі вже на своїх місцях. І аж до пізньої осені процедура косіння повторюється кожні 2-3 тижні. Але дарма. Такої періодичності потребують лише певні спеціальні газони, а вони не надто поширені. Натомість більшість трав'янистої рослинності у наших містах – це спонтанна рослинність, яку достатньо покосити 2-3 рази за весь сезон. Кожен вихід з газонокосаркою – це джерело шуму та забруднення повітря, витрачене паливо та заробітна плата комунальникам. У Ньюкаслі, що в Австралії, косіння міських газонів створює 5,2% всіх викидів окису вуглецю та 11,6% викидів вуглецевих сполук у місті. Більшість із них токсичні і навіть можуть сприяти розвитку раку. Висока трава – це непогано. Вона краще поглинає вологу під час злив, дає раду пилу та шкідливим речовинам, знижує температуру повітря. Надмірне косіння значно гірше, воно стає причиною висихання трави у спеку, розрідження трав'янистого покриву, ерозії та інших негараздів. Окрім газонів, в Україні дуже популярно робити квіткові композиції з однорічних рослин. Це дуже гарно, а ще дуже дорого. До того ж, від них мінімум користі з екологічної точки зору. У газонів та клумб з однорічників є чудова альтернатива – різнотрав'я з місцевих багаторічних лучних рослин. Доглядати за ними не складно, а це, своєю чергою, економія часу та грошей. Різнотрав'я стійкіше до несприятливих умов, наприклад, засухи чи надмірної зливи. Має більш привабливий вигляд та ефективніше очищує повітря. В містах Європи використання різнотрав'я дуже популярне. В Україні такі ініціативи ще не стали масовими, але вже починають з'являтися. Зокрема, в Києві провели експеримент зі створення декоративних луків на ділянках, де утримання газонів не є доцільним. У Львові також висаджування різнотрав'я, а ще тестують зменшення об'ємів косіння газонів. І результати вражають. Окей, різнотрав'я, дерева та кущі важливі для екосистеми міста. А як щодо озер та боліт? Про це поговоримо вже в наступному нашому відео.
Я, мабуть, відразу попрошу наших учасників зайняти місця тут на подіумі. Да? Так, я думаю, що ми розберемося. Пані Тетяна, де пані Тетяна Жавжарова? А, щось загубив вас. Так. І Сергій Кудрявцев. Будь ласка, пане Сергію. Так. Ну що ж, колеги, я думаю, що ви можете потрошку починати там запускати трансляцію, да? Все. Супер. Вітаю, колеги. Мене звуть Олексій Орловський, я директор програми «Демократія, належне врядування Міжнародного фонду відродження». І ми зараз зосередимо роботу в межах цієї сесії на питаннях роботи екологічних організацій в регіонах України. Ви знаєте, чесно скажу, моє особисте сприйняття, я дуже люблю підсумкові заходи. З одного боку, це десь сумно, да, що щось закінчується.
Sometimes we feel sad when things come to an end, but on the other hand, it's an opportunity to discuss the results, what was achieved, and not just some good wishes, but to speak more tangible about the results. And we have invited representatives of 4 organizations who have been recipients of small grants, who worked in the regions of Ukraine and who implemented their projects. And I will present our panelists now. But first, I want to say that for us, it was quite a specific challenge, because from the very beginning, the main focus for us, as we planned, would be organizations that are quite strong and capable, who have received institutional grants and who implement large projects, who are well known, and so on. But in the first phase, when we have come to implement initiatives, in particular supporting our institutional grantees, we realized that we have to have a specific focus on regional CSOs. From the very beginning, we focused on Donetsk and Luhansk oblasts, and then we expanded our geography and covered a few more regions in the eastern and southern part of Ukraine. Obviously, the situation in these regions is, to put it softly, specific, because these regions are impacted by the combat, but nevertheless, our grantees were able to demonstrate quite positive results, and they have achieved positive changes in the communities where they work and where they are physically located. And first of all, I'd like to briefly ask our panelists I would like to ask them to respond to a question briefly in about 3 minutes. What do you consider to be your main achievement, something that you are proud of, something that truly impacted the communities where you implemented your projects? And then I will ask more focused and specific questions. I would like to invite Anna Pavlenka to start. She represents Nova Drushkivka CSO, and you worked to implement composting system. We know about that. We heard about that. Tatiana Kukharenko mentioned that several times. And now you are based in Kirovograd region. How do you see your initiatives growing in the new territory? First of all, I'd like to mention the project on composting that you saw. It was a small pilot project, but we saw a huge interest from the local authorities, and they want to scale this project. They really want to take it further, but then the full-scale war started, and the composts are intact, but no one is looking after them. I hope we can get back to that in due time. But after the full-scale war started, we relocated to Kirovograd region, and we decided that we should not just stay in this destruction energy. We cannot just stay with that. We have to create some other energy and develop the positive values among the young people. And that's at that time we created a school for school children, and now we see that they're working also with adults, promoting their environmental ideas. And we developed a cool tabletop game. It's called Recycle tabletop game. We did not plan to do it in the beginning of the project when we submitted our proposal, but we decided to try, and unexpectedly the result was really cool. And this game was so cool that it seemed to us that we should have planned to do it in the beginning of the project. Well, I think that's all I can say for now, but we're also planning to disseminate this and scale this tabletop game. And thanks to these program, we, being the organization that did not really work in the environment sector, but thanks to EPAIU, we got into the sector, and we want to continue working in it. Thank you. Thank you for keeping to the timeline. Andrei Chasov, who represents environmental geosystem in Ukraine. You're based in Kharkiv, and it's quite an interesting organization. I remember positive feedback that we heard from the participants of our initiative about the training that you have recently delivered on using GIS technology. And this is something that you do really well. This is like your product. Unfortunately, you are forced now to use GIS technologies to document the damage, the environmental damage as a result of shelling in Kharkiv region. Unfortunately, it's a sad reality, but nevertheless, in your opinion, the project that you implemented, how can it be used in the future by other organizations, in particular in the process of Ukraine's recovery? Thank you. It's a pleasure to hear that our training was so well received. Again, it's a pleasure that our training was a success. A couple of words about our organization. We are not a typical organization, but maybe we are typical for this audience because we existed only for 2 years as an organization. But before that, more than 12 years, we worked as a training organization for the environmental projects. We did those trainings pro bono, but geo-information technology is information about space. And we know that development of anything takes place in space. So there is a lot of prospects, a lot of potential, and we want to help people to master these technologies. Can you give us more details about the results of your project? Just a couple of minutes. Well, briefly, Kharkiv Oblast is kind of a field, a testing field, you know, even a war field. It was occupied to a large extent, and now almost all of it has been liberated. And as a result of our project, our experts are members of various working groups and committees that are working to recover and rebuild Kharkiv region in different aspects, economical, sociological. We have created the database of geodata, and we were able to document the results of shelling and transferred it to the relevant authorities. So we also built relationship with the representatives of the government and the military and civil society. And our experts are now working in various committees because of that. And we have also gained experience as the CSO, and we developed good working relationships with many of you. Thank you. Now it's Tatiana Zharova, who represents EcoSense CSO. And it's quite an ambitious team that works hard to research the state of water and the air, the quality of water and air in Zaporizhia Oblast. You know how important it is in the context of everything that's going on around Zaporizhia nuclear power plant. And you always say that environment is always relevant, even during the war. You always insist on that. What are your main achievements? How can you evaluate them? Thank you for your support. I am grateful to the Renaissance Foundation and the people of Sweden for the support that we have received, because we were able to resume our work as an environmental CSO, because for the first 6 months of the war, we were working exclusively in the humanitarian aid, because that was the need. But then many journalists started to approach us about radiation situation, and we realized that the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant created a lot of anxiety, and there was no one who did the high quality monitoring. And thanks to the grant that we have received, the first thing that we did, we bought 3 modern equipment stations for monitoring radiation, and we put them in schools in our office, and we monitored the situation, and we explained to people how not to panic and what can be done in case a radiation contamination happens. And we did it sooner before the relevant authorities started to do it. Then, for the first time in Zaporizhzhia, we made analysis of the water quality in small rivers who were polluted from industrial plants. And in case of blackout and there is no central water supply, these small rivers could have saved lives for thousands, dozens of thousands of residents of Zaporizhzhia Oblast. And now we understand what type of water that is, what the quality is, can it be consumed, and how it can be treated and made potable. So these challenges, environmental and social challenges, can be overcome because of the work that we did. Another achievement, in addition to the radiation and water quality monitoring, we did the substantial analysis of the impact of water in the heating season on the air quality. You know that the use of generators affect the air quality, and the war actually gave us an opportunity to analyze what happens if industry stops working, as it happened in the first months, and what happens when people move abroad and there is less vehicle pollution. And we realized as a result of this research that industry remains the main source of pollution regardless of the war, and that created an opportunity for us to continue working on the topic of industrial air pollution. So we see that there is a sustainable work happening in this area. Thank you, Tatiana. Sergei Kudryavtsev, who represents HIT UA Center. Your organization lived through a very dramatic period when you implemented your small grant. You were forced to leave your region, your own community, Severodonetsk town. Secondly, your organization lost your leader who was killed defending Ukraine. So that was another huge stress for the team and the organization in general. And before the full-scale war started, your organization worked on creating environmental profile for Rubizhne municipality. And now you are relocated. The main core of your team is located in Ivano-Frankivsk, a region in Kalush town. So what about the results of your work now in the new community? What can you say? Hello. Our main achievement is that we survived. We were able to withstand all the challenges, so it is an achievement for us. And we implemented this project on creating environmental profile. The idea was from Andrei Borisovich Zhitkov, who decided that for newly created communities, it was very important to have relevant information on the state of their environment and industries that impact the environment. It was important for the strategic planning, for cooperating with international donors. So there was a demand for that, and we decided to create that. To start with the Rubizhne community, because they have quite a lot of environmental challenges. So he was the teacher, we are also the teachers, and we also engaged some experts from different parts, and we agreed with the self-government authorities. Everything was ready to be implemented, and then the war started, and we were all disseminated like everywhere. I went to Vinnytsia, Andrei Borisovich went as a volunteer to the front, other colleagues went someplace else, and unfortunately our leader was killed. And then we had a meeting. Oля Zhitkova became the leader, and we decided that we need to complete what we started. And we proposed to work for Kalush community, where Oля settled in, and we told them about our idea, about this environmental profile. And they really received it so well. And although the change is significant, but the challenges, I mean, the communities are very different, but the challenges were the same, because they had two industrial companies that polluted their environment. So we worked remotely in the beginning, but Oля was there, and we actually repeated what we did for Rubizhne community, but this time we did it for Ivano-Frankivsk. And the document itself, the profile, is now published on the website of Kalush community. And we also developed a network of new contacts. We have new ideas now. And there are quite a few projects now being implemented in this community that Oля is leading. She's very active, and I and my other colleagues are mostly working in Kiev region. We also engaged some students and gave them an opportunity to participate in an exciting project and learn. We have really good relationship with the community. Our team has raised from ashes, I could say, and we are ready to work hard. We are working on the new projects, and I think everything will work well for us, and we will win.
Thank you, Sergey. I think examples like this are really inspiring. Later, I will get back to the audience, and I will give you a chance to ask your questions. But at the moment, I have still a few more questions to all the participants of our panel discussion. It's already been mentioned that many donors, let's just be honest, I think in the circles we can be quite open. Many donors are not that much concerned about small projects. They would prefer some big influence, some massive breakthrough that would be on the front lines everywhere. And so we are trying to support small projects, especially in the environment area. So please, what are your thoughts? If you would have a donor approaching you, how would you what would be your arguments? Why is it necessary to support small projects in a organization in the local level? Sergey, let's start with you. Well, I have a very vivid example why it's important, because the grant that International Renaissance Foundation gave to our CSO Fundacja Prostor about sorting waste in the university. This project became starting point for our growth. When we went through all the audits, we improved our internal policies so well and got so much experience that we were able to receive next big grant from USAID Goverla, and now Proster Foundation is doing that. So at least for that, that's one of the reasons. Well, we grew. It helped us to grow. The small grant helped us to grow. And also, there's somebody has to be dealing with things like how to sort waste at the university. Somebody had to do it with it. We don't need a big grant for that, and we achieved very good results. There are some simple and clear things that could be done thanks to a small project. Well, I just want to say that it allowed us to join this environmental movement because we used to gain big grants and everything was fine, but we were trying to apply for some ecological projects, but we never had support of that. And I believe partially it was because we had no experience of actually implementing environmental projects, and we had no experts in environment. That might be one of the reasons why we didn't get approved. And so this first small grant allowed us to develop a faith in ourselves, because at the time when we were applying for this grant, we were pretty we didn't have much hope that we will be approved, but it's great that we got it, and we're hoping that we will continue to work in this area. In order for some organizations that want to work in this area but maybe lack experience, small grants allow them to try their strength in this area and continue and develop their work in this area. And another reason is that small communities, I would say, big organizations, they work somewhere on the national level or regional level, but small communities are often overlooked, and they don't have qualified specialist on the local level. When I was looking for ecologist, I found that person, and then I started asking that person, and she wasn't able to give me answers. And then I got actually an information that ecologist doesn't have any special education. So in order to strengthen the capacity of local communities and maybe encourage some people that are responsible for environmental issues to get special education for that, I think support of a small organization would all encourage all those development. Well, I think my colleagues already mentioned the main areas. Maybe I will mention something from a different angle. We're all speaking about environment, and we know that there's a problem of biodiversity. So I would just say the more CSO we have, the more biodiversity we have, the more different organizations, small and big, there are, the better it is for everyone. So small grants, they are supporting this diversity, because yes, people often think, oh yeah, you need to create this plan, there's so much accounting, it's just really scary sometimes to start something big. But if you have a small problem and you know how to solve it, then it's much easier to apply for a smaller grant. That's one of the aspects. I could share more, but this is just one of the aspects. Well, I would add that this thought that think globally, act locally. When we consider national legislation, then of course we would need a big national-wide organization. But when we talk about certain specific local problems, then actually a local or regional organization are better acquainted with them and would be better in solving them. Thank you. Well, keep the mic, Tatiana. Tatiana, keep the mic, please. And my next question to you, Tatiana Kocharenko. When Tatiana Kocharenko was giving us a general summary of the results of the work of this initiative, she mentioned a lot of different events that was done for our grantees, different conferences, different meetings, different trainings, all sorts of different events in different regions were done. What's your opinion? For your organization, how useful those events were for your organization, and was it really reasonable to create this, to organize that kind of support, meaningful support, like sharing experience among grantees? What's your view on that? Or was it really necessary to do? Well, of course it was necessary to do, and some organizations I've heard of and I've read their websites, but I never met them in person. And it was very important to communicate and to to develop networking and talking and sharing some very practical things, some failures or some hacks that would help to in a very practical work. So all these events were very useful for our communication and for our work. Yes, everything was necessary in short, but to give more comment, we live in the time of information. Information is coming from all sides. It's almost like when you pour tea, the information will be poured out from the teapot. It almost feels like that. But information, you have to sort out the information. You have to filter it. And those kind of meetings that we had helped us with filtering all sorts of information. Those kind of meetings helped us to find organization and find knowledge that were really useful and relevant to us. Well, I was excited about what was going on because honestly, previous trainings that I used to attend with different donors, they were not so interesting because these events were really interesting, truly. And the second benefit is that I met a whole bunch of people, specialists, and we know whom to involve as experts because, as I mentioned before, our organization is not an expert in environment, but we can advocate things and with the help of other experts in environment. And the third benefit is that experience. Yes, we got more knowledgeable in all this in this area, and we got a bit of expertise. We still have a lot to grow in, but we have a better understanding what's necessary to do, because when we did our first projects, we thought, oh well, let's just make something up, but now we have a better understanding what documents to prepare, what programs to work on. It's just so much easier now when younger organization ask for advice. We have a very clear understanding what they need, and we can direct them to the organizations that would be their experts. And yes, I fully support all the events we had. It was an experience that is extremely valuable experience. It was extremely important to talk to your colleagues, and it helps even to stay motivated when you know that you're not the only one on this cause. And all the topics that we discussed was interesting, and it was important to hear what your colleagues are interested in, how they respond to things. And for me personally, I'm a teacher, and even in this audience, there are some students now that decided to become ecologists. And my last question to all of our panel participants is this. You mentioned that you met other organizations, that you know the field of your partners, the scope of your partners, and even the competition and who's working on the national level or regional level or local level. So my question is, do you think that were you able to create a real sustainable contacts, like creating your bubble, for example, that you could use for other projects, maybe more bigger projects, or maybe you're already involved with somebody, working with somebody, or somebody is inviting you. So just please share some experience with about partnership. Well, yes, we were able to create some valuable contacts, partners. We still need to, we're going to achieve a bit more of academic level and introduce some ideas. Personally, I'm working on developing different technologies of waste recycling, while Ola is working with more of a social part. Me and Yana are more concerned with the scientific part of our project, and we already have a few ideas of recycling railroad rails and Tetra Packs packaging. And I believe we're gonna implement those projects. I'm not going to give much details at this point, but I see that we have about 10 projects that we will be able to fulfill with the help of our partners. Well, I can give some names, but now we already did a joint project with the Flora organization that we met through this group, and we also have a very successful experience of working with Stop Poisoning Kryvyi Rih organization. Because you strengthen their institutional capacity, they helped us to develop our policies and other things. So, and it helped us to move. So it's really important that organizations not just used the capacity for themselves, but they started helping others. Speaking about us, we haven't had any other joint projects, but we are involving some experts. Recently we had visit from Olga Lashuk, and we are inviting. We invited new NGOs, and Ola was sharing how we can develop communities using environmental issues. And so now we know how to use experts in different areas, and we know how to, if we do something bigger, how can we involve different CSO, and who can we involve in the future projects. Yes, and we are also planning to do another training, Green Wave training. Yes, we are open to all the colleagues that are interested in our organization, because we are quite specific. But at the moment, we are working with our colleagues from Lubotin that are also working on zero waste projects. And our organization at the moment, we are creating a web map for them to show the ecology situation in their location. So at the moment, we haven't had any specific projects planned, but we already talked about Eco Action and some other organization from Kramatorsk that was working with them, with the post-war recovery. And now we are ready to hear from the audience. Thank you. I'm happy that at the beginning of this initiative, I was part of the program council, and it's really amazing for me to see the beginning, and now I saw the first project, and now I see the summary, the results, and And my question would be, first of all, I would like to continue the thought of Tatiana. I myself is involved in Swedish project Solar. It's a organization of the local and regional authorities in Sweden that is responsible for everything, all the issues, local issues. And Solar is really helping a lot with that. And they are known in Sweden in different areas. But my subject is this. Like Swedish environmental organization, they are much bigger. They are membership organizations and more influential. They are more represented in media and more democratic organization. Well, this initiative, in what way these trainings that you've received, the capacity building, grants, in what way all of this have been converted into growth, numerical growth of your organization? Do you have more members, or you stayed small, closed groups? And of course, grants are good, and we know that that eventually the support for Ukraine that is coming from the world will decrease, but ecological, environmental problems will grow, will increase. So do you believe that the level of your professional level at this moment is attractive enough to the local authorities, so they would fund from the local budgets, they would fund certain services that you could provide? Any of you would like to answer? Well, Andrew. Well, as for the number of our members, it wasn't our actual goal to get more and more people involved, but after our project, we have at least 2 more people joining us informally, but I believe it's just a matter of time of becoming official members. As for the second question, I think the problem here is the lack of informational contact. Oftentimes, people are not even aware of us in the local communities. And there's all sorts of problems that we could help with, but we don't have the contact yet, and it's a problem, and it's quite an interesting thing, and that's what we are working on at the moment. As for growth of our organization, it happened so when the war started, our team actually got smaller. However, we are trying to get more people involved or get our former members involved more. But in Drushkivka, we found a person who has ecological education and we use that person as an expert. As for the second question, when we worked in Drushkivka, now local authorities, at first, they were viewing grants as just an opportunity of getting extra money, whether it's a direct or through the CSO that brings that money into the budget, funds into the local budget. But some grant organizations, they trained authorities that they started asking for partial financing from local authorities, or we received grants that required additional funding from local authorities and businesses. So in that way, we were getting local authorities used to the idea of paying for this and ordering services, because at the moment, local authorities don't even realize why they have to give away their funds. That's oftentimes they call it their funds. Like I talked to one financial expert and he said, it's my funds and it's my decision whom to give it to. I had that experience. And I also remember a situation when we had urbanistic project. We did a small a small renovation of a public space, and local authorities want us to do that more. And we said we will not be able to do it more, and that prompted them to find more funds for that. But unfortunately, it didn't work because of the war situation. But it's important that organizations that give grants would maybe make requirements to the local authorities to participate in the project financially, and get the local authorities used to the idea that some of the projects could be done by non-commercial organizations.
Well, before the war, we had 35 members, and the first 3 years we worked as a volunteer initiative. We were not looking for grants, but then we decided to start looking for grants. When people evacuated from Zaporizhia, we lost about half of our members, but I try to count now how many new ones we have. About 10, I think, to replace the lost ones. But we don't think that the number of members is a very important indicator, because when we have General Assembly, it's not so easy to gather them, especially during the war. But it was well said by my colleague that when the organization starts growing, the local authorities then start treating you with more respect. But we need to demand, they start to demand services from us instead of thinking what they can contribute. They think that only we can be useful for them, we can bring them grants and so on. And often we also consider them as beneficiaries. We work to help the local authorities, and maybe we kind of create this paternalism and consumerism, and they think, why do we have to do something if we can just, give it out, outsource it, and it becomes a problem. Well, we didn't gain more members, but we gained more friends. That's why I think we can engage more people to stand with us under our banners as volunteers. We have that. We have gained that. As for local authorities, we cooperate with them, like this environmental profile that we did for Kalush municipality. I hope that now we can do the same thing for another municipality after it is deoccupied. We already agreed on that with them. We also work with the leadership of Severodonetsk town. We work on the post-war recovery plan with them. We are trying to connect innovative companies of Zhytomyr and Vinnytsia Oblast with the government of Severodonetsk and Luhansk Oblast, so that after the deoccupation they can work on technogen waste and create some interesting projects and create new jobs. So this is a good cooperation that we have. Anyone from the audience? I have a comment, not so much a question, about the organizations that were not really environmental before, and they were working in some other areas. But thanks to this initiative, we were able to start working in the environmental sector. And I know that Nova Drushkivka CSO worked in other communities. Did it really help you to expand your work because you gained this environmental component? I think it's good to have environment as additional kind of activity area, because then we can make our core topics more meaningful. Like our Novocherkassky community has a new strategy, but the fact that we came to them with a new small project, it helped them to see the value of it. So do you see, my question is, do you see that you can provide results of a higher quality thanks to this environmental component? Well, I think this question is mostly for Nova Drushkivka, but others can respond as well. Well, it's true. We mostly worked with local democracy in the past. We also participated in the development of in the strategy development for Drushkivska community. And thanks to our CSO, we also added this environmental component into their strategy. And it has become a separate strategic goal. It was called environmental protection. Now we are trying to work in Kirovohrad region, and we are mentoring them, and we are always telling them you need to use environmental approaches. And new organizations, they want to just do events, but they don't want to develop documents. They don't want to elaborate programs, discuss things. And we tell them it's important for you to do. We tell them that you need to develop yourself comprehensively to have an impact. For example, when we developed the strategy and no one talked about environment, and we brought it to the surface, although we were not an environmental CSO at the time. So it can work for you even in a different area. We see the interest. People are interested in this topic. They are interested to work with this topic, even when they don't have thorough understanding of it. We are helping them. We are delivering trainings for them. We are engaging experts and working with 3 organizations in Kirovohrad region. I understand that we need to explain to them that they need to move together and implement some great ideas, and it will be a good coalition. I want to say that there could be a reverse process as well. Although we are an environmental CSO, but in Zaporizhia we are working on community recovery. And we initiated that because Ukraine planned green recovery. We are waiting for EU membership. So every environmental CSO can also lead others into the environmental. Do we have any other comments or questions? I'm very grateful to the Renaissance Foundation and all of you. It feels like we are one big family. I'm so grateful for the support that our small project received. It was our mini grant. Unfortunately, we were not able to implement it fully due to the war. We had a large round table, I remember, on February 21st, 2022. There were more than 60 participants, including the government, environmental specialists, the civil society, and we were discussing so actively, deciding who we're going to give the containers, and we decided that it would be for school kids, and they will be doing waste sorting. And now we are watching guard over these containers while for the better times. But we are continue working. And as Sergei said, we have become students of the universities, and we selected environment as the main specialization. And we are grateful for the partnership with the CSO Stop Poisoning Kryvyi Rih. We believe there is a big potential in working together. There are many initiatives that are related to the green recovery, and we received training on that. Although we are human rights organization, we still have a lot of work in this area, but I think the future belongs to the environment, and we are not going to abandon it. We are planning to expand it, and it's a good thing. We are also very grateful for continuous training. The Renaissance Foundation invests money into training, into the organizational development, and they help us to become more capable. We have amended our charter and developed the policies that were missing, and we attend a lot of your trainings. We have received many certificates, and we believe that we are more equipped now to implement larger projects in the area of environment. Thank you, Maria. Yes, your organization was one of the participants of this mini grant recipients cohort from Donetsk region, from Pokrovsk town. We understand how difficult the situation there is now, but I hope that sooner or later you will be able to complete your project. Colleagues, do we have other questions? I have a question related to this different activity areas. Sometimes as a small organization in a small town, we try to work in every area. And when other bigger ones, specialized ones look at us, they think, well, how would you work if you worked in air quality and then others come in and they also start to tackle this? But you cannot help everyone. And in my view, it's better to speak about it, even if you're not correct about it all the time. What is your opinion on that? Sometimes you're not able to tackle every activity area. Well, I can respond. We are from the same town, and I'm grateful to Ivan that they have been working with the topic of waste for many years. We don't specialize in this topic, but we always try to support it. And when journalists ask us about environmental skills, how to reduce the level of pollutions in your just household management. So we always try to say that one of the tasks of any environmental organizations is education, awareness raising, working with schools, with journalists, so they don't mix up things like environment and ecology. So we really need to kind of choose our areas of specialization, but also network and increase our knowledge and become more interesting. I can only add that I am not in full agreement with this topic, that it's better to talk even if you're not fully correct to attract attention. Well, because now an expert is like a title that is not very proud title. But if you do have a desire, you need to build cooperation and work with someone who is an expert and specialized in this area. I will say briefly, up to my when I have turned 30, I have become a boring expert maybe, and I don't like when things are not correct. I always double check and I Google things. Of course, we can all make mistakes, but we need to try to speak correctly. If you're not a super expert, then you shouldn't be using some. You shouldn't pretend being one. You can maybe say something superficial, but still correct. I believe it's most important is to be motivated. It's more important than to be an expert. Because we used to teach at our universities, environmental specialists. Every year we had hundreds of new environmental experts graduating from universities, but when you actually had to do something, you couldn't find one. I think it's better to work in collaboration and when several people work on the same issue, because then you can stabilize the situation. And you cannot then move in the wrong direction because you thought so, but then you have several hats to verify the issue. Thank you. Do we have more questions from the audience? Well, 1 hour has passed very fast. I don't know how you felt it in the room, but it felt to me that it was fast-moving hour, and it was a very genuine and interesting conversation. And I want to confirm that our mini grant recipients projects have been successful, and they have served well to the organizations to become more professional and even more competitive in a good sense. And summarizing this session, I would like to say a couple of words as a representative of a donor organization. I want to thank you for what you have said, but truly, amongst many donors, there is this perception that it's definitely easier to work with proven and tested and experienced and strong and well-known CSOs, those that have everything already established, where there is a good team and proper accounting, and where you don't have to do dozens of trainings and wait until the team becomes professional. There are millions of arguments for that. Especially when we talk about donors projects, they are also time limited, and often there is not much time to prepare. You just have to jump into the moving train and implement things right away. For many donors, this is how they work. And working with small organizations, less experienced, less sustainable, less institutionalized, less developed, with less policies and stuff, and less experience of doing financial audits, it was a huge risk. And I think that for us, it was some challenge that we have taken. And frankly speaking, and Tatiana also said that, I will be genuine saying that we have no regrets that we have decided to take this challenge. It required some additional costs, financial and time costs, to help implement these projects, and then also COVID and the war didn't help at all. So everything that could go wrong actually did go wrong, but we remember this word audit that I mentioned before. For many donors, this is a big precaution. If the organization did not have an audit before, and small organizations don't always have sustainable financial management system, and it's a huge challenge, especially in the beginning. Some organizations, when they went through the audit, our auditors within EPAIU pointed to us that some organizations really lacked a lot, like there were some serious gaps. And it was important for us and for the Renaissance Foundation. It is important to work with all categories of civil society organizations. We think that the small ones are also very important, just like the large ones. Not only those who work in Kiev or in oblast capitals, but also the ones that work in small villages. And we are willing to invest and to support organizations, but with one condition: if there is a mutual interest, mutual eagerness from the organizations to change and grow, if they can demonstrate their potential for their self-development, self-improvement. So I encourage everyone, including those who are watching us online, if your organization is not capable yet, is not strong or developed yet, you have to decide for yourself what type of organization you want to be. You need to identify areas for improvement and find ways to do that, to achieve good results when you implement projects, as you can see now our panelists do. Thank you very much for your sincere answers, for keeping to the time limit. As a moderator, I really appreciate that, and you have inspired others with your examples. Thank you. And now we are going to have a short break, and we will meet back here in 20 minutes. So at 15:50.
Природоорієнтовані рішення. Що це? Відкрити парк на місці, де планувалося зведення школи? Не зовсім. Це заходи, що допомагають захищати та відновлювати екосистеми, забезпечувати добробут людей та зберігати біорізноманіття. Наприклад, можна зменшити масштаби вирубки лісів, особливо у верхів'ї водойм. Тваринкам буде де жити, а ми матимемо чисту воду, захист від паводків, свіже повітря та місце, куди ходитимемо по гриби. Інший варіант – збереження та відновлення прибережних екосистем або безорне землеробство. Ґрунт ставатиме краще, накопичуватиме вуглець та вологу, до того ж зменшується використання паливно-мастильних матеріалів. Ще один приклад – чергування вирощування різних сільськогосподарських культур. Воно позитивно впливає на мікробіологічні процеси та загальний стан ґрунту. Крім цього, можна створювати зелені дахи і стіни, дощові садочки у містах. Але навіщо все це громадам? Природоорієнтовані рішення зменшують вплив змін клімату, стихійних явищ на громади та домогосподарства. Ця проблема з кожним днем стає все більш актуальною. Клімат змінюється, росте кількість природних катаклізмів. Ну а ще природоорієнтовані рішення створюють статичні зони для відпочинку. Мабуть, це складно, довго і дорого. Усе відносно. Наразі місцеві бюджети в Україні витрачають мільярди на несталі практики догляду за зеленими насадженнями. Натомість природоорієнтовані рішення комплексні, сталі та довготривалі. Вони передбачають використання місцевих багаторічних, а не модних однорічних видів. До речі, це ще й значно дешевше. Так, для створення клумби з однорічних квітучих рослин потрібно спеціально вирощувати їх у теплицях, перевозити до місця висадки, поливати, а вже за місяць знову викопувати та замінювати, бо рослини відцвіли. Ось це якраз дорого і складно. А можна один раз створити композицію з багаторічних видів, які чудово адаптовані до місцевих умов. Цей підхід мінімізує догляд та витрати на такі насадження. В Україні вже є реальні круті приклади природоорієнтованих рішень. Вони стають відповіддю на природні аномалії. Так лише у липні було зафіксовано 2 рекорди добової кількості опадів. Тому українські міста почали переймати європейський досвід поводження з надлишками дощової води. Наприклад, в Івано-Франківську для її поглинання впроваджують концепцію міста-губки. Однією зі складових цього підходу є парки на дахах споруд. Такі останнім часом почали з'являтися і в Києві. Ось, наприклад, парк на багатоквартирному будинку біля метро Олімпійська. У Львові вже створюють дощовий садок із водопроникною поверхнею та контейнерним озелененням. Потрохи навіть починають створювати живі стіни з використанням винограду вічі. Його пагони зростають від 1 до 3 метрів на рік, а саджанці коштують близько 80 гривень. Нові підходи дозволяють вирощувати рослини на дахах і на стінах, навіть дерева. Але наскільки добре сьогодні доглядають за звичайними деревами у громадах? Розглянемо це у наступному відео. Нам всім у школі казали, дерева важливі, саджайте дерева, доглядайте за ними. Але чому? Невже справа лише у свіжому повітрі? Не тільки. Дерева зменшують рівень шуму, роблять наші міста естетично привабливими, створюють комфортні умови для життя людей та надають незліченну кількість інших послуг. Одне доросле дерево в середньому може надавати екосистемних послуг на суму близько 1-2 тисяч гривень щорічно. Можливо, це не здається фантастичним показником, але лише вздовж однієї вулиці можуть рости десятки дерев, а в одному парку – тисячі. Тож рахуйте самі. І це лише частина послуг, що мають фінансовий еквівалент. Насправді, дерева безцінні. Згадана сума напряму залежить від стану та розміру крони кожного дерева. Цікаво, що неправильний догляд – це основна проблема для дерев у місті. Йдеться про надмірне обрізання крон, а також незаконне видалення. Як результат, громади недоотримують екосистемні послуги та переплачують за недолугий догляд, який вбиває дерева. Щоб у вашій громаді з'явились сталі практики догляду за деревами, важливо займати активну громадську позицію. Перш за все, якщо ви помітили, як хтось обрізає дерево у вашому дворі, запитайте дозвільні документи у виконавців. Якщо є проблеми, ви можете викликати поліцію та написати заяву про знищення чи пошкодження зелених насаджень. Також можна звернутись до екоінспекції чи міськради. Громадський моніторинг і контроль дуже важливі, адже управління зеленими насадженнями має бути прозорим. Українське законодавство у сфері догляду за деревами недосконале, але на місцевих рівнях з'являються позитивні зрушення. Так, у 2023 році в Києві затвердили рекомендації по догляду за кронами дерев у місті Києві, в яких до дерев нарешті ставляться як до живого організму. Там є чіткі інструкції, як обрізати дерева без абсурдного омолоджувального кронування. І хоча це лише рекомендації, сподіваємося, що найближчим часом вони стануть правилами. Збереження старовікових та цінних дерев також надзвичайно важливе. Тут справа за інвентаризацією та розміщенням спеціальних табличок. В ідеалі має бути мапа з усією розгорнутою інформацією про кожне дерево. На ній будь-хто може подивитись, як те дерево обрізали, лікували чи видаляли. Такі мапи у дещо спрощеній версії вже почали з'являтись у Львові, Луцьку, Києві та Одесі. Якщо дерево захворіло, не потрібно одразу його пускати на дрова. Уявіть, якби стоматолог виривав би вам усі хворі зуби, замість того, щоб просто поставити пломбу. Така собі перспектива. Дерева теж можна і треба лікувати. Обробляти рани препаратами від спор грибів, замазувати спеціальними сумішами. Звісно, не всі мають вміти це правильно робити, але важливість дерев для наших громад має розуміти кожен. Тому поширюйте цей ролик, адже незнання має свої наслідки. Так само наслідки має і часте косіння газонів у містах. Які вони та як їх уникнути, розкажемо в наступному відео. Для чого потрібні газони в містах? Щоб було де посидіти ввечері з гітарою на пікніку? Не тільки. Газони, а також квітково-трав'яниста рослинність приносять громадам купу екосистемних послуг. Вони запобігають ерозії, покращують властивості ґрунту, поглинають надмірну кількість води після сильних дощів, приваблюють корисних комах та багато-багато іншого. Трав'яниста рослинність потребує косіння або випасання. Варіанти з випасанням у місті може здатись нереалістичним, але все можливо. Так у Римі місцева влада вирішила замінити гучні газонокосарки на овець та кіз. В українських містах траву поки просто косять, однак роблять це занадто часто.
Щойно сходить сніг і з'являються перші паростки трави, косарі вже на своїх місцях. І аж до пізньої осені процедура косіння повторюється кожні 2-3 тижні. Але дарма. Такої періодичності потребують лише певні спеціальні газони, а вони не надто поширені. Натомість більшість трав'янистої рослинності у наших містах – це спонтанна рослинність, яку достатньо покосити 2-3 рази за весь сезон. Кожен вихід з газонокосаркою – це джерело шуму та забруднення повітря, витрачене паливо та заробітна плата комунальникам. У Ньюкаслі, що в Австралії, косіння міських газонів створює 5,2% всіх викидів окису вуглецю та 11,6% викидів вуглецевих сполук у місті. Більшість із них токсичні і навіть можуть сприяти розвитку раку. Висока трава – це непогано. Вона краще поглинає вологу під час злив, дає раду пилу та шкідливим речовинам, знижує температуру повітря. Надмірне косіння значно гірше, воно стає причиною висихання трави у спеку, розрідження трав'янистого покриву, ерозії та інших негараздів. Окрім газонів, в Україні дуже популярно робити квіткові композиції з однорічних рослин. Це дуже гарно, а ще дуже дорого. До того ж, від них мінімум користі з екологічної точки зору. У газонів та клумб з однорічників є чудова альтернатива – різнотрав'я з місцевих багаторічних лучних рослин. Доглядати за ними не складно, а це, своєю чергою, економія часу та грошей. Різнотрав'я стійкіше до несприятливих умов, наприклад, засухи чи надмірної зливи. Має більш привабливий вигляд та ефективніше очищує повітря. В містах Європи використання різнотрав'я дуже популярне. В Україні такі ініціативи ще не стали масовими, але вже починають з'являтися. Зокрема, у Києві провели експеримент зі створення декоративних луків на ділянках, де утримання газонів не є доцільним. У Львові також висаджування різнотрав'я, а ще тестують зменшення об'ємів косіння газонів. І результати вражають. Окей, різнотрав'я, дерева та кущі важливі для екосистеми міста. А як щодо озер та боліт? Про це поговоримо вже в наступному нашому відео.
Зелені насадження. Що це? Квіточки у дворі та скульптури з пофарбованих автомобільних шин? Ні, це дерева та чагарники, що забезпечують прохолоду у парку, де ви бігаєте щоранку. Це зелена трава біля озера чи у сквері, на якій так приємно просто посидіти, влаштувати пікнік, поспілкуватися з друзями. Усі ці рослини дійсно важливі, бо вони роблять свій внесок у добробут людини. Внесок, який ще називають екосистемними послугами. Вони всі безоплатні, за їхнє використання у нас грошей ніхто не бере. Однак частина таких послуг все ж може мати грошовий еквівалент. Так, група американських дослідників оцінила загальну річну вартість лісових товарів та послуг у понад 4,5 трильйони доларів. Це як 23 ВВП України. Але реальна їхня вартість значно вища. Все залежить від підходів до оцінки та глибини дослідження. То яка конкретно роль зелених насаджень, крім того, що робити міста гарнішими? Ну, наприклад, видаляти токсичні речовини з повітря, очищувати ґрунт та воду, продукувати кисень, зменшувати шумове забруднення. Жили колись у квартирі, вікна якої виходять на шосе. А якби вздовж вулиці розташувалось більше дерев, було б значно тихіше. А ще зелені насадження покращують фізичне та ментальне здоров'я, затримують вітер, знижують температуру влітку. І тут мова не лише про тінь від дерев. Температура поверхні газонів у спекотний літній день також значно нижча, ніж, наприклад, в асфальту чи тротуарної плитки. Ну і останнє, але надзвичайно важливе. Зелені зони міст допомагають адаптуватися до стихійних лих. Коріння дерев та чагарників укріплює схили та зменшує ризики зсувів і розмивання ґрунтів. Логіка проста. Більше зелених насаджень, більше комфорту та переваг для громад. Краще здоров'я у містян. Тож майбутнє точно за природоорієнтованими рішеннями. А їхні переваги для громад ми розглянемо в наступному відео.
Навіщо місту водно-болотні угіддя? Водні ще зрозуміло, але ж болота на що? Жеб та комарів розводите? Ні, на цим ні, водно-болотні угіддя. Спробуємо розібратися разом. Водно-болотні угіддя – це загальний термін, що об'єднує більшість типів водойм, включно з річками, озерами та навіть морськими акваторіями, глибина яких не перевищує 6 метрів. Ці угіддя є надзвичайно цінними для добробуту людини, адже забезпечують нас прісною водою, очищують поверхневі води, годують людство. Без них не було б рибальства та сільського господарства. Вони забезпечують нас ресурсами для природних промислів, будівництва та опалення, пом'якшують вплив штормів та захищають берегову лінію від руйнування. Збитки від повеней зменшуються, і це дозволяє заощадити світовій страховій галузі близько 50 мільярдів євро. Але якщо і цього здається замало, ось ще один факт. Водно-болотні угіддя продукують кисень і допомагають у боротьбі зі зміною клімату. Усі ці аргументи задекларовані у Рамсарській конвенції. Це документ, що сприяє збереженню та раціональному використанню водно-болотних угідь, які є домом для водоплавних птахів. В Україні налічується близько 50 водно-болотних угідь, які офіційно визнані Рамсарською конвенцією, а території, що потенційно можуть долучитись до неї, в рази більше. Водно-болотні угіддя зникають втричі швидше, ніж ліси, хоча їхня економічна і біологічна цінність значно вища. Стратегія біорізноманіття ЄС до 2030 року закликає сприяти відновленню цих екосистем та збалансовано управляти ними. Це дозволить скоротити токсичні викиди в атмосферу та адаптуватися до зміни клімату. У світі набирають поширення не лише практики відновлення водно-болотних угідь, а й їхнє штучне створення. Одним із яскравих прикладів є біоплато. Це штучно створена екосистема для очищення стічних вод. Технологія вдвічі дешевша за альтернативні методи. Крім того, ці території є середовищем існування ряду тварин. В Україні поступово приходять до відновлення водно-болотних угідь. Так, на Закарпатті у національному парку «Зачарований край» відновлюють болото Чорне Багно. Успішність проєкту оцінюватимуть за довготривалістю знаходження там мікропопуляції бобрів. На Львівщині повторно зволожують та відновлюють заповідне болото Заливки на території біосферного резервату Росточчя. Його осушили понад 50 років тому, а тепер вода повільно повертається. Водно-болотні угіддя надають людству чи не найбільше екосистемних послуг. Та все ж вони лише частина дуже складного механізму. Природа працює комплексно, тому не можна обрати, що важливіше – озеро, ліс чи різнотрав'я. Так само неможливо переоцінити важливість природоорієнтованих рішень. На цьому завершується наша освітня серія. Посилання на всі матеріали ви знайдете в описі до цього відео.
Природоорієнтовані рішення. Що це? Відкрити парк на місці, де планувалося зведення школи? Не зовсім. Це заходи, що допомагають захищати та відновлювати екосистеми, забезпечувати добробут людей та зберігати біорізноманіття. Наприклад, можна зменшити масштаби вирубки лісів, особливо у верхів'ї водойм. Тваринкам буде де жити, а ми матимемо чисту воду, захист від паводків, свіже повітря та місце, куди ходитимемо по гриби. Інший варіант – збереження та відновлення прибережних екосистем або безорне землеробство. Ґрунт ставатиме краще, накопичуватиме вуглець та вологу, до того ж зменшується використання паливно-мастильних матеріалів. Ще один приклад – чергування вирощування різних сільськогосподарських культур. Воно позитивно впливає на мікробіологічні процеси та загальний стан ґрунту. Крім цього, можна створювати зелені дахи і стіни, дощові садочки у містах. Але навіщо все це громадам? Природоорієнтовані рішення зменшують вплив змін клімату, стихійних явищ на громади та домогосподарства. Ця проблема з кожним днем стає все більш актуальною. Клімат змінюється, росте кількість природних катаклізмів. Ну а ще природоорієнтовані рішення створюють статичні зони для відпочинку. Мабуть, це складно, довго і дорого. Усе відносно. Наразі місцеві бюджети в Україні витрачають мільярди на несталі практики догляду за зеленими насадженнями. Натомість природоорієнтовані рішення комплексні, сталі та довготривалі. Вони передбачають використання місцевих багаторічних, а не модних однорічних видів. До речі, це ще й значно дешевше. Так, для створення клумби з однорічних квітучих рослин потрібно спеціально вирощувати їх у теплицях, перевозити до місця висадки, поливати, а вже за місяць знову викопувати та замінювати, бо рослини відцвіли. Ось це якраз дорого і складно. А можна один раз створити композицію з багаторічних видів, які чудово адаптовані до місцевих умов. Цей підхід мінімізує догляд та витрати на такі насадження. В Україні вже є реальні круті приклади природоорієнтованих рішень. Вони стають відповіддю на природні аномалії. Так лише у липні було зафіксовано 2 рекорди добової кількості опадів. Тому українські міста почали переймати європейський досвід поводження з надлишками дощової води. Наприклад, в Івано-Франківську для її поглинання впроваджують концепцію міста-губки. Однією зі складових цього підходу є парки на дахах споруд. Такі останнім часом почали з'являтися і в Києві. Ось, наприклад, парк на багатоквартирному будинку біля метро Олімпійська. У Львові вже створюють дощовий садок із водопроникною поверхнею та контейнерним озелененням. Потрохи навіть починають створювати живі стіни з використанням винограду вічі. Його пагони зростають від 1 до 3 метрів на рік, а саджанці коштують близько 80 гривень. Нові підходи дозволяють вирощувати рослини на дахах і на стінах, навіть дерева. Але наскільки добре сьогодні доглядають за звичайними деревами у громадах? Розглянемо це у наступному відео. Нам всім у школі казали, дерева важливі, саджайте дерева, доглядайте за ними. Але чому? Невже справа лише у свіжому повітрі? Не тільки. Дерева зменшують рівень шуму, роблять наші міста естетично привабливими, створюють комфортні умови для життя людей та надають незліченну кількість інших послуг. Одне доросле дерево в середньому може надавати екосистемних послуг на суму близько 1-2 тисяч гривень щорічно. Можливо, це не здається фантастичним показником, але лише вздовж однієї вулиці можуть рости десятки дерев, а в одному парку – тисячі. Тож рахуйте самі. І це лише частина послуг, що мають фінансовий еквівалент. Насправді, дерева безцінні. Згадана сума напряму залежить від стану та розміру крони кожного дерева. Цікаво, що неправильний догляд – це основна проблема для дерев у місті. Йдеться про надмірне обрізання крон, а також незаконне видалення. Як результат, громади недоотримують екосистемні послуги та переплачують за недолугий догляд, який вбиває дерева. Щоб у вашій громаді з'явились сталі практики догляду за деревами, важливо займати активну громадську позицію. Перш за все, якщо ви помітили, як хтось обрізає дерево у вашому дворі, запитайте дозвільні документи у виконавців. Якщо є проблеми, ви можете викликати поліцію та написати заяву про знищення чи пошкодження зелених насаджень. Також можна звернутися до екоінспекції чи міськради. Громадський моніторинг і контроль дуже важливі, адже управління зеленими насадженнями має бути прозорим. Українське законодавство у сфері догляду за деревами недосконале, але на місцевих рівнях з'являються позитивні зрушення. Так, у 2023 році в Києві затвердили рекомендації по догляду за кронами дерев у місті Києві, в яких до дерев нарешті ставляться як до живого організму. Там є чіткі інструкції, як обрізати дерева без абсурдного омолоджувального кронування. І хоча це лише рекомендації, сподіваємося, що найближчим часом вони стануть правилами. Збереження старовікових та цінних дерев також надзвичайно важливе. Тут справа за інвентаризацією та розміщенням спеціальних табличок. В ідеалі має бути мапа з усією розгорнутою інформацією про кожне дерево. На ній будь-хто може подивитись, як те дерево обрізали, лікували чи видаляли. Такі мапи у дещо спрощеній версії вже почали з'являтись у Львові, Луцьку, Києві та Одесі. Якщо дерево захворіло, не потрібно одразу його пускати на дрова. Уявіть, якби стоматолог виривав би вам усі хворі зуби, замість того, щоб просто поставити пломбу. Така собі перспектива. Дерева теж можна і треба лікувати. Обробляти рани препаратами від спор грибів, замазувати спеціальними сумішами. Звісно, не всі мають вміти це правильно робити, але важливість дерев для наших громад має розуміти кожен. Тому поширюйте цей ролик, адже незнання має свої наслідки. Так само наслідки має і часте косіння газонів у містах. Які вони та як їх уникнути, розкажемо в наступному відео. Для чого потрібні газони в містах? Щоб було де посидіти ввечері з гітарою на пікніку? Не тільки. Газони, а також квітково-трав'яниста рослинність приносять громадам купу екосистемних послуг. Вони запобігають ерозії, покращують властивості ґрунту, поглинають надмірну кількість води після сильних дощів, приваблюють корисних комах та багато-багато іншого. Трав'яниста рослинність потребує косіння або випасання. Варіанти з випасанням у місті може здатись нереалістичним, але все можливо. Так у Римі місцева влада вирішила замінити гучні газонокосарки на овець та кіз. В українських містах траву поки просто косять, однак роблять це занадто часто. Щойно сходить сніг і з'являються перші паростки трави, косарі вже на своїх місцях. І аж до пізньої осені процедура косіння повторюється кожні 2-3 тижні. Але дарма. Такої періодичності потребують лише певні спеціальні газони, а вони не надто поширені. Натомість більшість трав'янистої рослинності у наших містах – це спонтанна рослинність, яку достатньо покосити 2-3 рази за весь сезон. Кожен вихід з газонокосаркою – це джерело шуму та забруднення повітря, витрачене паливо та заробітна плата комунальникам. У Ньюкаслі, що в Австралії, косіння міських газонів створює 5,2% всіх викидів окису вуглецю та 11,6% викидів вуглецевих сполук в місті. Більшість із них токсичні і навіть можуть сприяти розвитку раку. Висока трава – це непогано. Вона краще поглинає вологу під час злив, дає раду пилу та шкідливим речовинам, знижує температуру повітря. Надмірне косіння значно гірше, воно стає причиною висихання трави у спеку, розрідження трав'янистого покриву, ерозії та інших негараздів. Окрім газонів, в Україні дуже популярно робити квіткові композиції з однорічних рослин. Це дуже гарно, а ще дуже дорого. До того ж, від них мінімум користі з екологічної точки зору. У газонів та клумб з однорічників є чудова альтернатива – різнотрав'я з місцевих багаторічних лучних рослин. Доглядати за ними не складно, а це, своєю чергою, економія часу та грошей. Різнотрав'я стійкіше до несприятливих умов, наприклад, засухи чи надмірної зливи. Має більш привабливий вигляд та ефективніше очищує повітря. В містах Європи використання різнотрав'я дуже популярне. В Україні такі ініціативи ще не стали масовими, але вже починають з'являтися, зокрема.
Please bring your coffee and join our discussion. Great, please. We have a bit of a change of a panel here on the stage. Good afternoon. My name is Taras Tymchuk. I'm working in the Open Space Work Corporation. It's a consulting company that was also assessing the organizational capacity of the programs that we're going to be talking about. And in our discussions, we will be actually talking what's the use of investing into institutional development, how much time and attention it requires. And before we go to our speakers, let me share how I got in touch with this topic. I learned about institutional development when I met Aydar. About 13 years ago, there was a project that was working on popularizing the idea of institutional development, and I was communication manager, and we were supposed to promote the idea that organizations have to invest into their institutional development. I didn't understand that subject at all. However, I had to promote it, but I wasn't really well acquainted with it. Later, I was a part of institutional grant from Swedish government, and it was a 3-year program with different politics and procedures developed, and I was pretty much involved in it. I was developing different policies and procedures in my area. And later, I realized that it's great if you have funds for this kind of needs and this kind of work. And later, I realized that if you have no funds for this kind of development, but you are used to having funds for that, it changes the rule of the games. It's very hard to switch. You continue to work, and you saying that if somebody asks you, in what way we're supposed to do this, right away I'm telling them, well, what instructions we have. It's strange. It was strange for me when people approach me with things that are already written in our instructions. And eventually I realized that I came to the conclusion that it's good to have the description of your work, of your organization for newcomers or people that are just getting to know your organization. And our team, we are not registered. For 6 years, we were informally together, and this year we got institutionalized. And we realize how much time it requires. So from my own experience, I know that donors are not really that interested in financing this kind of works. And we already heard today that it's just better to work with tested, verified organizations that are already known and have less risks involved during the projects. And on the other hand, even if you are implementing a project that provides training and develops strategies, people do not always appreciate it. And then you wonder, why do we need to spend money on something people do not really appreciate? So there's a constant balance that we need to keep, and we need to find this golden middle. And also today we heard thoughts that we require more. We require authorities to give us more reports, but it also means that we have to give report. We have to be accountable as well, not only expected from others. And it's quite a funds-consuming organization. And I think if you are criticizing your country national authorities of being not transparent, then your organization has to be transparent. So during this discussion today, we need to again find proofs that this kind of programs, they are useful, they need to be advocated, and we have some very specific examples that we're going to hear today. Let me introduce our speakers of this panel. We have Olga Polunina with CSO Center of Ecological Initiatives, Eco Action. Then Olga Leshuk from Eco Club in Rivne. Also Anna Ambrosova. She's from organization called Stop Poisoning Kryvyi Rih, and Eskander Bariyev from Krim Tatar Resource Center. So let's look for testimonies. Let's look for proofs. Every speaker will have up till 15 minutes for their presentation, and then we will have 5 minutes to ask questions from the audience. So please be attentive to what our speakers are sharing, what cases they present, and think of questions that would be important for you. And whether your program made your organization more made stronger, and if you did notice it, where you can testify to it with some facts that you can show, you can prove that you had that component of analytical research, and you can prove. So let's maybe start with you, Olga. And if you have a presentation, here's the remote control clicker. Yes, I do have presentation. Hopefully you see it on your screens. Today, I will share you how in Eco Action we were developing our organization. But first of all, I will give you a short introduction to Eco Action. Maybe not all of you are aware of it, who we are. Eco Action is one of the largest organizations among, considering from the staff, number of staff. Right now, our presentation has changed. Even yesterday, we had a new staff member joining it, so now it's not 40 but 41 staff members. We work with a lot of volunteers. It's more than 400 volunteers that we work with that support our values and help us to implement our projects. We would not be able to employ all of them and provide the work for all of them, but we see our goal in uniting society, community around what we are doing, and our staff workers are not enough for that, so that's why we involve volunteers. Besides, our organization also has membership, and at the moment we already have 31 members of our organization. They take part in most important decisions. They have a general assembly, and they decide the main direction of our work. So we have quite and so we were trying to build institutional development with this number of people. Also, shortly, I want to say that our organization mostly comprised of women. Our gender profile is that we have 31 women and 10 men in our staff, and on a management board is also with mostly women. We have 4 women, including the head of our board, and 2 men. When the full-scale invasion started, 3 of our staff members are in the Ukrainian armed forces at the moment, and at the same time, we still have quite high staff turnover. It means that it's quite often we employ and we released staff members because we have a lot of our staff members. They study, they got training, and then find the place in other areas. And also we have burnout cases, and I think it's important to mention because we have a lot of work that is connected with protection of environment, and it's not just it doesn't only require the work discipline, but emotional. And people get tired to do it, especially on the background of the military invasion where the attention of the society is directed to. But we do our best to hire more people than to dismiss. And let me also give you a short overview of our institutional development that was supported with the ecological initiative of the Renaissance Foundation. Our first attempt of organizational development was in about a year after our organization was started. It was started in 2017. In February-May 2018, we developed our first strategy of organizational development, and we developed goals for 2018 to 2020. As it often happens in these cases, we saw that to write a strategy is one thing, to implement it is another, as it's obvious. And to implement it, we needed resources. So we started looking for donors that would support organizational development, institutional development. And it turned out that both of our donors, Renaissance Foundation, partially with the Swedish side, and also Swedish Society of Nature Conservation. They support us directly too. Both of them supported us, and it's remarkable that Sweden is the country that actually gives attention to this area and support CSOs in this. Next steps were organizational audit, development plan, then recommendation from the Renaissance Fund. We had opportunity to develop our organization within the projects that had its own cycles. Every donor has its own cycle. So our goal for the 2018 to 2020, we needed to integrate what we developed ourselves with the steps of project development that a donor requires. Because on the one hand, it's important to have your own strategy, but at the same time, you have to be ready that when you approach a donor, he might mention, no, we need your plans to be in a different format. And at this point, it's important to keep going, no matter how many doesn't matter how many cycles of organizational development you have, you keep going in your direction. It's more because what you do is more important, I would say. Our second attempt to do organizational, I'm not going to be mentioning the documents from 2018 to 2020. I'm not mentioning details of them. But we just evaluated the previous strategies and updated organizational development strategy and operational plan and goals. We needed to update the strategy, put it all together, what we used to have and what donors required, to put it all together for our organization to develop. All of that we were helped to do through Renaissance Foundation. In 2022, we had assessment of organizational development, and let me share some of the recommendations that we received at the end of this assessment. There were questions throughout all of our planning cycle. There were questions about functionality of the board, supervisory board, and internal affairs, because all of those part of our management sometimes had overlap of powers. We changed that, and now we have quite a distinct division. However, in practice, I need to acknowledge that we all are quite actively integrated in management process in our organization, and sometimes I'm not even clear who has what role because we are doing so much together. But according to our documents, according to our constitution and policies, everything is quite clearly divided. There were also some recommendations as to strategic planning of the organization and planning of working with risks and a conflict of interest. Conflict of interest, again, was overlap in management because overlap of power is not always just confusion, but sometimes it creates conflict of interest and even influences the integrity of the organization. And we worked on that as well. And we had recommendations also as for gender and anti-discrimination policy that had to be included in the CSO as a value. So to explain our staff why these are values, we need to have them clearly worded. I will give you some short explanation how we implemented this recommendation and what's is still in the process. Speaking about the dates, our renewed strategy was in 2021, but we started to implement it in 2022 when the full-scale war was going. And not only us, but the whole country had to shift some of our priorities and put aside or shift for later things for the sake of something that was more acute. So what have we done with the recommendation? One of the main recommendation was about regular or annual risk assessment regarding conflict of interest. I can say that after assessment, we already approved the new policy of conflict of interest in our organization. At the moment of assessment, we created register of conflicts, and at the moment we have different events and metrics of managing conflict of interest. Basically, what are we going to do if the conflict will happen? With the examples of what if there would be a conflict between the board and management, or if the members of the board that are independent, and we've been getting to that, that we still have board members that are not part of our organizations. They work in other organizations, but they do the independent management. Those members of the board and management, they have their own civil activity, and that activity could have conflict of interest with what we do. So we developed some list of activities what could be done if for the member of the board to withdraw from the decisions that he has potentially conflict of interest with. Also, we were recommended to do analysis of the environment, external and internal, during strategic planning. Well, I have to acknowledge that this part we're still in process. Our strategic planning system changed in a way, and of course, the war really influenced it. And I'm telling you things that I haven't experienced it in Eco Action myself, because I joined Eco Action only half a year ago. But I realized that at certain point, Eco Action was facing the question: will we continue to do what we were doing all of our existence, and how can we plan our actions if we are not even sure if environment would be topical? I think that kind of narrative was present in 2022 when the war started, and many had to go through this transformation and keep going. So at that point, our planning was only for half a year. And we went through 2022 with half a year planning, and we realized that it's impossible to keep going like that, because we cannot even do an effective fundraising if by the middle of the current year we don't even have a plan of the previous year. I'm just explaining it all to you just to give an understanding that it's hard, in that conditions, hard to come to the analysis of environment, external and internal. So the war pushed us back to the stage when we had to live by very short-term goals and short-term plans. But we're planning to restart our strategic planning and integrate analysis of environment. Also, we were recommended to continue to practice the risks of assessment at the strategic level and according to the challenges of the times. We are still in the process of that. It's approved, and I believe that next week we will approve our new policy of risk management, and we have we differentiate different risks, and we evaluate their possibility, and we define which are more possible, and then we develop approximate steps of overcoming them. Every year we will be re-looking through this risks list and we will be approving in our General Assembly and by the board. Also, we were recommended to introduce the practice of internal training sessions for both employees and members of the board for the exchange of experience, and also to regular review gender policy together with the team and the board. Well, in the first, according to the first point, I can say that we try to do training sessions every month. As I already mentioned before, not all the donors are happy to support institutional development. Sometimes we lack resources to involve external moderators or trainers. But we are trying to use our own resource, and we are asking our staff members that have expertise in certain areas to do a general training for all the other staff members and share their experience of some advocacy campaign or some narrow expertise. We also involve the board members and our members of our team. I will not speak much about operational management because it pretty much overlaps with the management challenges. I will go to the most important subject that I need to share with you.
The war and strategic planning is something I have already talked about. Planning development was part of our strategic planning, and it was also difficult to do it for the 6 months time periods. Also, we have encountered the situation when operational plans that were added to our strategy were more difficult in implementing than the strategy itself. And the organizations, especially large organizations like ours, it's hard for us to work with the many plans. So we try to create one integrated plan where we could also plan our development. And the last but not least, our monitoring. If you can see on my slides, I have a picture of some charts, the indicators that we have established for ourselves in our strategy, like the number of supporters, mentionings in the media, donations. And if you see the line is growing here, it probably speaks that we are doing things right. People are supporting us, and this indicator is growing. But the donations, you see the peak was in the same time period when the mentionings of the media. So donations correlated with what Russians did in Kakhovka. People started to donate more at the time because they remembered about environment at the time and they wanted to support CSOs. Next is engagement of citizens and mentionings in the media. And I think that this was probably maybe not a mistake, but we need to really verify these indicators to understand how we are progressing during the year. But honestly, you cannot really make any solid managerial decisions based on these charts. And these peaks actually correlated with our events. When we did some events, we engaged some citizens. When we didn't have an event at a certain in a month time, then the mentions in the media were low and the engagement of citizens was low. And my advice to the beginners is that you should choose the right indicators, because monitoring is an important element for the organizational development. Why do you do organizational development? To become better. How do you become better? You need to make the right decisions that are based on the results of your monitoring. So do the monitoring in such a way that it can be reliable, it can be a good foundation for you. And I apologize for taking so much time. Well, a few words about the conclusions. The assistance from donors is important for the organizational development. For the environmental CSO, it's impossible to do it alone without support of donors. The second advice, this is something that we have experienced ourselves, connect your organizational development with what you actually do. When you have an operational development plan, strategic organizational plan, operational organizational plan, it's even hard to explain to your newcomers, your new employees, what should you do first. You shouldn't have two very different plans. It should be one integrated plan that guides your work. Don't repeat our mistakes. Don't plan for 6 months. Effective planning should be at least for effective fundraising, but at most it should be to do your campaigning work and choose the right indicators and have the time and resources, allocate time and resources for training. Thank you. Well, it was 20 minutes, so it was good. Do we have 2 or 3 questions from the audience while it is fresh in your head? How often do you have board meetings? And when you need to make some political statement, express your position, who is doing that? The executive director or the so-called political leader of your organization? Is it the supervisory board or someone else? What is your experience? Our board meets usually once a month or once every 2 months, depending on how many issues we have to discuss, because they need to approve policies, changes to the policies, and they also approve new partnerships and new donors for us. For new partnerships, well, when we sign memorandums or enter some long-term partnerships, if it is some kind of statement that we need to make following up on some hot issue, or it relates to some sector where our organization operates, because we work in energy, climate, agriculture, then we can just by email with the team who works in this area agree that we will do this, and we do this. The campaigners, well, depending on the topic, if it's energy, it will be the head of the energy department. It can be a staff member. The board also has responsibilities depending on the activity area. We try to, of course, combine it, but the board members also speak sometimes. We have that as well. I was a member of Mezhelis for a long time in Crimea, and in Mezhelis, the executive director could not make political statements. No staff member could make political statements. Only political leaders could do that. This is just our experience. Any other questions or comments? It was interesting to hear the feedback on how you implemented recommendations, because we did the organizational development assessment for you, and what you noted on the conflict of interest was very, very good to hear, that you found time to do that, to report on the things that you did. It was a bit unexpected for me, and I made this conclusion when I heard you speak, that when you do fundraising, you need to do strategic planning. Even in conditions of uncertainty, you need to look into the long term, because it really affects your current possibilities. Yes, absolutely. And it's logical. You cannot come to a donor saying, I'm very good, please give me a grant. I need to tell a donor that I have a vision of some changes and I have specific ideas how to implement these changes. And only strategic planning can do that for you. Okay, thank you. I hope we'll have time for exchange and Q&A later on. And now I would like to invite Anya Androsova to speak, if you don't mind. We have a slight change of order. Okay, let's keep to the same plan, then Oля will speak. Can you hear me? Just a second, let me figure out how the clicker works. Okay, we can say that we have met the Renaissance Foundation in 2019. And our mission was we create future with the environmentally friendly energy, making community stronger and affecting the policy making. And if you look at the strategic priorities of Eco Club at the time, you could notice that we were mostly focused on energy and climate. At the time, we did not work on the natural reserves as much as we did 20 years ago, when we were just recently established. And in principle, in 2019, we were more or less aware of the planning procedures and log frames. We were more or less writing plans at least for 2 years time horizon. So we were quite mature. As a 20-year-old, person, we thought we were smart and ready. We just need to maybe learn a little bit, and we will be just great. And this is how we came to this initiative, EPAIU. And when we had this small grant, small project, we really improved our organizational structure. We established the board before we had a council. And we also understood who should be doing what, who is responsible for what area. And we started to develop policies and regulations. And it all looked quite well. And it was supposed to run as we planned. We even had a strategic plan for 3 years' time with the clear strategic priorities. But in December 2019, there was a public hearing about the environmental impact assessment for the wood processing plant. And the wood processing plant and the public hearing were not part of our organizational plan. They were not part of our strategic plan. Except that in 2019, but only in the beginning of the year, we took part in the public hearing about the building the third and fourth energy block at Khmelnytsky nuclear power plant. So we knew how the public hearing procedure goes about the environmental impact assessment. So that was it. And then we started to have huge discussions in our organization about, as Ivan from Zaporizhia said, that we cannot take on everything, that it is impossible. If we selected a certain strategic priority, then we have to follow it. But at the end of the year, we had the largest, in my memory, protests in Rivne from the active citizens. And this was the first time when Rivne experienced a protest like that on an environmental topic. And we realized that we could not ignore that. We could not just pretend that we don't see these people being an environmental CSO. And thank God we were grantees of the Renaissance Foundation, and we were able to make changes and introduce this idea that we would try to analyze environmental impact. And thanks to the fact that we have the University of Natural Resources and with the help of other experts, we were able to analyze it, and we identified the following problems. I'm not going to read them. You can do it yourself later on. I just want to tell you our journey, which was kind of unexpected. And it all looked good. We had some arguments, and it all looked logical, except that Kronospan filed a court appeal against us, and it was a shock for us, because in 20 years of our activity, we were just busy doing the work that we did, and we didn't expect that someone would file a case against us in court. And we had to pay a fine, 150,000 hryvnias, and we had to withdraw the information, and we were kind of lost and confused. But since we were in this program, we were able to allocate some of the funding to hire a lawyer and to get some legal support in that case. And Kronospan quickly realized that something was not right, and at least they dismissed this demand for reimbursement. But we were already quite angry, and we started to write letters wherever we could do this, and that all coincided with the COVID, and we already knew how to do activities, camps. We knew how to do outside campaigning, but how to do it online, we didn't know. And the crisis communication policy that we already had developed really helped us at the time, because thanks to that policy, we were able to respond immediately, because we knew which steps we had to take. At the same time, a part of our team that was still doubting the environmental component, because it was missing in our strategic plan. But we did have the membership development area in our strategic plan, because we wanted to be a membership-based organization. And the support that we got from just average people, they did not become our members right away. Some of them did later on, but it was an additional argument for our team members that it was right for us to pursue the environmental activity. So strategic plans should be flexible. This is something that we learned. We got support from the member of the European Parliament, together with 25 colleagues of hers. And it was great, and we are very grateful to her. But it highlighted another problem in our organization, that only 1.5 persons were able to communicate in English with the member of the European Parliament. And what we have planned right away were English language lessons. And it really showed the importance of that. Unfortunately, I cannot say that everyone now can fluently speak in English with the member of the European Parliament, but at least the most of us can read research in English. We can communicate in English by writing, by email, and that really opened the gate for us to more information and communications. After the long process, we appealed some cases. So it was a long process, but as a result, the Supreme Court of Ukraine ruled in favor, and it was in favor of Eco Club. And as our lawyers explained to us, it was an important ruling for Ukraine, because such things from the public should take place. They cannot be perceived as a spread of negative or inaccurate information. So I think it is an important achievement, but we have not stopped there, because at the time, I'm sorry, I will make another detour here, because as you see, it is written with very complex terminology. What is more complex is this, because at this time we realized that we have too many activity areas. And if for energy and climate we are more or less good, but the environment impact assessment, well, we don't know much. We don't know much in this area, only just the name of it, and we don't understand the court processes, how they should take place. And in the beginning, we were quite inspired, and we planned to do trainings every 2 weeks, but then it was every month. And we did that up to the full-scale war. 15 minutes at each of our meeting, we made 15 minutes time, allocated 15 minutes time for the reporting for their work. And it really helped us to be in the know, because even when someone asks us, what does your organization do? Or if they ask me about the climate change adaptation, I know what to say. I'm not just some superficial person. And we go back to this practice of doing this kind of in-house training. So we, in addition to winning this case, and we also submitted an appeal to the work committee. You can see the details here on the slide, but it really attracted attention of some international experts and international donors. And it was a good thing for us, because we were able to raise some additional funding for this activity. On the other hand, we already had a practice of going through audits. We had the documents ready that we needed to have to apply to some funding, larger sums of funding. And when they asked us about the financial policy, we knew what to say. And we had the documents to submit. We had more than 20 policies that were already developed. And that really helped us to have more possibilities to get funding. In parallel with that, we also worked in the air quality monitoring. And that activity should have helped us to increase the number of members. I cannot say that it really caused that result, but we worked on that. Also, one of the priorities, what we have planned to do within this project, was to increase our expertise and to prepare some analytical materials. And as a result, you see the environmental impact assessment system analysis. It was financed exclusively by the Renaissance Foundation, but the next step was to get some analysis abroad, and we also raised some funding from other donors. I wanted to show that because these research were not just done by experts. We also engaged some peer editors, peer analysts that gave us conclusions about the quality of our work. Also, we developed editing policy. So when a document is being prepared, we know the steps that it has to go through to become a quality document. So this is how a new activity area was born, which we did not plan. It was not part of our strategic plan at all, when we were so confident that we have a plan and it will guide our future for 3 years to come. Now it's a separate activity area. We have established it as that local communities understand their responsibility for the environmental damage, and we have some recommendations that we need to implement. And due to full-scale war, because we changed some of our activity, we also had some more activity areas that came in, but it was easy for us to change because we have already done that in 2019. And I think it helped us when in 2022 a lot of things changed for everyone. And here I briefly listed what made it possible, and I already talked about that. Most of those points were mentioned already, but I want to say again about policies and regulations. 50% of our team in the beginning said that it's just a bureaucracy, it's just producing paper, why do we need that? Okay, donors demand that, okay, we'll do that. So not really a lot of understanding, but slowly but surely it has changed, especially when our staff has started to grow. And for us as the value-based organization, it is very important that people who come to work for us, that they follow and share our values. And it takes a lot of time to explain this in the words, but when you have it written down in your code of ethics, in your non-discrimination policy, in your gender equality policy, and other documents, you can just give it for them to read, and that kind of settles a lot of questions. Also, some people may like to develop policies and regulations, and quite recently someone suggested that we need to make a policy on shifts, and I said, okay, we will handle shifts without creating a policy. Because meaning shifts for cleaning the office or similar work shift. But what you see on the slide really helps our organization to grow and thrive and not just survive. And we are very grateful to have had this opportunity. We have become this in 2023. We have 6 activity areas instead of 3 that we started with. We have 17 staff members compared to the 7 that we had in the beginning. So that's who we are. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for such a comprehensive presentation. I noted some things, some thoughts from what you were sharing. It also correlates with my understanding is that policies should show the real situation or real possible situation, and it will help to cut the time for response and explanation how to work. And people don't have to think much. They will be just doing what they're supposed to do. And also, you said that development doesn't happen in some vacuum. You live in some environment, and you need to look around and check and see if you need to react to something that happens around. And so that's quite a natural reaction, and it's very logical that others were interested in what you were doing, and you developed in that. And it showed that it is important to look around, to analyze your environment when there's so much instability. Especially, it's good that you had resources for all of this. You had money saved up for a crisis situation, but it's better to have allocated funds for crisis situation. Because if you won't have it, it's going to be quite difficult. And another thing about internal training. It's actually strengthening capacities of your team members, and it strengthens the capacity of the whole organization as well. And what else can I say? You, like a mature organization, you know, you have some previous experience, and it influences your understanding. Different participants, and maybe for some smaller organizations, they look at you like donor organization. You give some smaller grant. Well, even in our first strategic plan that I developed, we had a separate point that we will try to support development of other organizations. We had some separate projects where we really not just were giving out grants, but we were also doing a bit of institutional development for other organizations. But now we are more oriented on communities, but still we think that the more there are a CSO, the more there is initiatives in local initiatives, the more chances that the ideas that we are striving to achieve will be implemented. So yes, we are always open to share and help others, both with our expertise and with our practice. Thank you. Any questions from the audience to Olga? Yes, about sharing skills. I was thinking about alternative energy sources, and can we actually may we address you for some counseling, for some expertise? Yes, you can approach me directly, and I then give you contact information of the person that would be a better expert in this. We have a bit of specialization. Every one of us have different specifics. Like I'm more into adapting and alternative energy and solar panels. We have another expert who is responsible for that. So yes, please address us and we will help you. Okay, attempt number 2 for our next participant. Okay, good afternoon. My name is Anna Ambrosova, and I'm representative of Stop Poisoning Kryvyi Rih civil coalition, and actually it's now Stop Poisoning Ukraine. Stop Poisoning Kryvyi Rih is our team, is our more like main office there, a storage there. And I've shared a lot here to many of you, but I will repeat some of it. Originally we got together quite spontaneously in 2016, and the biggest iron factory in our Ukraine was we're getting approval of more emissions, and citizens of Kryvyi Rih were indignated with that, and quite spontaneously active community members got together, and they realized that it's going to be a long fight and things do not get solved that easily there. And so in 2016 we got together, but in 2018 we were registered as a civil coalition, and that also allowed us to apply for grants. Yes, we have a general assembly, we have a board, we have the head of our board, the head of our coalition, and they are fulfilling their duties according to our constitution. We are non-violent. We are a coalition of public organizations that are in non-violent way fighting for the purity of air, not only in Kryvyi Rih but all over Ukraine too. Our activity has a few areas, and it's to be short, it's mainly directed to provision of constitutional rights of every Ukrainian citizen to have a clear and pure environment. We try to influence environment situation through participation in environment and decision making, and to achieve our goals, we implement different activities that are included in our strategic plan. And right now on the screen you see the projects that we already were able to do because of the support of Renaissance Foundation. That's that institutional that's Gold Under Food, that study that already mentioned today. It's an online course that was mentioned today, and also a Gold Under Food, that was the analytical research of the fallen leaves, and then we gave universal recommendations for the local authorities to transform the local policies of working with the waste, natural waste. And also we worked with documenting war crimes against the environment and developing the public monitoring. We started with a research on water, but then looking at the experience of Mykolaiv and other towns and villages that were influenced by the occupation, we had to change our research in water to mostly searching for alternative sources of water. So at least, and I want to thank our colleagues from Zaporizhia, Tatiana, who also supported this initiative, and in Zaporizhia they are now using this experience in Zaporizhia. These are pictures of different of our reports that we did with our project. Lawyers researched international laws on the human rights. And another thing that we are thankful to the Renaissance Fund, it's funding that funding the research and problems of repurposing the debris waste from the destruction, war destruction. So, and you all understand this problem. So after the with the recommendation and all the current legislation, we analyzed the problem of repurposing them. We have this work of analysis of repurposing the waste from the destruction. Influence on ecological decision making, that's one of the main of our activities. Participating in all procedures of evaluation on influence on environment. We have people who turn to us for some expertise in this area. That's one of the main areas of our activity that we stay true to. We also developed to the point that we organize both our own public events using our personal expertise, and we're also happy to participate in different events organized by other organizations and forums. They invite us to be part of the panel or present our research, and our analytical activity allows us to be part of many panels and many events, and also represent and show our own and share our own achievements. Another direction of our work is ecological awareness raising, or environmental awareness raising. We have about 5 universities and colleges that we have agreement of cooperation with. So within their training programs, we do lectures, we do different classes with young people that are of full age already, and 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 they can participate in some of our activities. And with the younger ones, we just explain them simple things, simple or not simple things, what to do with the household waste, how to protect trees, and so on. And so we also in Kryvyi Rih we supported this organization, Fridays for the Future. You see pictures, one of them. We have ongoing contact with the different educational institutions. We have online lessons. Like we don't go to another city for one class only, but for more extended event, we are happy to respond. And also documenting war crimes against environment. We started it quite unexpectedly when 3 days in a row there were shelling happening in the area, and so the area where we're doing our research suddenly became a war zone because local authorities were not able to inform population about the pollution of the river that was turning red basically. But we did our own research and we calmed down the population that it's not, and explaining that this is just dust from our from the bricks and from iron that was covered. So the water turned red because of some dust, of mineral dust. That was, and then we also researched the influence of pollution on health as a result of shelling. Also, we do activities from teenagers to senior citizens, and we collected experience, we collected advice what to do, what to act if there would be shelling of chemical factories and there would be pollution emitted in the air. We did instruction for people what to do in those cases. As for different substances, if you remember at school, some of you learned that younger generation had no idea what to do. So we tried to, we covered that lack of knowledge with providing information. And also we had requests from our defenders for some awareness raising and information booklets, and they were so popular they were just going to the front lines of the battlefield and to the liberated communities. And we had 2 editions of this booklets that were extremely popular. Also, our materials that is called the Steps of War, when there was a court case connected to the ecocide done by the Russian army. Also, we were one of the first ones, and later only 41 more organizations joined us from Ukraine. They joined our appeal to the international authorities of acknowledging Russia as international nuclear terrorist. We studied all the MAGATE documents. We studied who influences what, who's getting funds from where, And based on that knowledge, we developed campaign. Here you see a picture. It's one of the a protest in North Carolina, and then another is in Czech Republic. There was a number of protests and different events that was organized directly by Stop Poisoning Kryvyi Rih or our supporters from other countries. Our professional growth, our expertise growth brought us to the point that more and more mass media representatives approach us, both on the local level, on the national level, and from international level. We are extremely pleased that we have quite a long-standing relationship, for example, with the Swedish journalists that even met us in Malmo. That's why we try not to refuse if a mass media approaches us, so we could have a better influence on the situation when journalists are just trying to follow hype or try to follow trends, some popular trends. We, on the contrary, try to give them explanations and to convince journalists that they need to be forming their public opinion, not just following some hype demand. And another thing that I want to mention the most is thanks to the International Renaissance Foundation, we went through all the difficult steps, difficult and not difficult, but different steps of institutional development. We developed all the procedures, policies and procedures, and we achieved the level that we are able to teach others. We've done our first school with the preventive green democracy. This spring we did the school, and this Monday we're starting our second school. This coming Monday. You can check it on our pages. Please join. It's going to be quite interesting because our teachers would be lawyers, judges, ecologists, ecology safety experts. Also, we will have a very interesting panel on procedures of forming evaluation of influence on environment. We will have Lyudmila Tsiganok as one of our speakers. We will have one of the top managers of a big enterprise. We're going to have representative of famous developers of ecological legislation. We will have representatives of public, and we will be discussing what wasn't maybe written on the paper, and all them. Also, Sofia Shutyak, who was one of the developers of that law, she's going to be there, and she will explain how things were planned and how things did not work. You're welcome to join. There will be a live feed, and there's a Zoom link. Please join, and we're sure it's going to be quite interesting. And the Stop Poisoning Ukraine, that's our achievement. With the joint efforts, you are able to achieve much more. And so it's been the third year that we've been creating coalition, civil organization coalition, Stop Poisoning Ukraine. At the moment, we have 11 members there, 11 CSO there. It's nice to see some of you here, some of their representatives here today. And I'm really pleased that organizations there are quite active, they are working, and we are always happy to give professional support and do some training and learn ourselves from others, because we all have very different experience. And you can find us here. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Anna. Do we have any questions? Because I have noted down for myself that I would like to highlight, because I couldn't really realize why you have advocacy and analytical component as separate areas. And now I think I understand that doing advocacy without analytics and evidence base is not going to be successful, because you need some arguments. And what Olga said in the beginning, and others also spoke about that, is the importance of combining analytical skills and advocacy skills, that they have to kind of be together. Another thing that I've noted is that in times of some global crisis like wars, you need to have resources for quick reactions, and institutional grants can be such a tool, because when you write a project, well, it takes time before they approve it. But when you have when you participate in institutional granting program, they may allocate some additional funding. Yes, absolutely. And we're very grateful to the Renaissance Foundation that actually approached us with the proposal. If you need help, we are ready to consider your proposals. And we are grateful to all our donors, because at the end of the day, all donors actually proposed for us to make changes to our project activities in view of some security issues and the need for evacuation of teams and similar things. Different donors had it in different timing, but American and Swedish donors actually were really responsive to our needs. The third thing that I noted down is that participation in such programs helps us to advocate Ukraine at the international level. You can meet some journalists and MPs and highlight the important things from the field, actually, without any mediators. So the more you participate in such programs, the more your voice can be heard at the international level. If you synchronize that as well, it will make it much more effective. Yes, exactly. There was a question. My question is very short. How can we join your coalition, Stop Poisoning Ukraine? Well, contact us. Get in touch with us, informally or formally. They know how to do it. Well, we have just joined your coalition, and I have a proposal. I'm interested in your environmental awareness training program. I'm also a trainer, and we would like to offer this idea to have a training of trainings to scale your activities. We would like to cooperate. Yes, of course, let's discuss it. We can help each other. And the second thing, it's very impressive that you are documenting military crimes. You are doing the assessment of environmental impact as a result of military crimes. This is extremely relevant and needed. Even the government didn't do that, but you did that research. And I think, of course, we need to join efforts with government and businesses, invite new partners. This is kind of my strategy of working in cooperation. Thank you. Thank you for your feedback. And I forgot to mention, thank you for reminding me, environment impact assessment as a result of war crimes. Well, we have a strong team of lawyers in our organization. And from the first days of the war, they started to say, as professional lawyers, in order for that to be accepted by the international community as an evidence in all kinds of courts, we need to collect and document things in the right way. So our colleagues, together with the colleagues of Dovkola, CSO, who are part of our clients, joined the working group at the State Environmental Inspection, and now they're at the final phase of developing the methodology for damage assessment from the war activities in the air, atmospheric air. So we started from learning from the experience of Iran, Qatar, and Nicaragua, and other countries. We also studied how the damage was reimbursed, how the court litigation took place, and when the damage was not reimbursed and why. And we developed the methodology that was edited by international peers. And unfortunately, because of some precedents of the millions of money going somewhere else, international community is not very trusting to us. Perhaps colleagues would be interested. We are starting a new topic, humanitarian demining. We know how huge this problem is, so you can join the School of Green Democracy. The second day will be dedicated to this topic. We have new members of our coalition, Stop Poisoning Ukraine, and they will be delivering the training in this topic. Thank you. That was good to know. Iskander. Hello, my name is Iskander Bariev. I am the head of the Board of Crimean Tatar Resource Center. First of all, I would like to thank the International Renaissance Foundation for your support, and also the people of Sweden. And perhaps not everyone knows, our organization, the Crimean Tatar Resource Center, is not a classical environmental CSO. But the issue of environment is important for us because we are looking at the environmental issues through the lens of indigenous people. If you take international conventions, the rights of indigenous people, and sustainable development goals, and so on, it's all interconnected, because when we talk about indigenous nations, we need to think about the land, resources, air, environment. And when we talk about the ensuring the rights of the indigenous people in Ukraine, we need to think about the environment in the temporarily occupied Crimea. And we also pay a lot of attention about the state of indigenous peoples during the interstate conflict, during the aggression. And we are working in this area ongoingly, and we are grateful to the Renaissance Foundation and the people of Sweden for helping us to systemize these processes. Also, I'd like to say that the grantees, institutional grantees cohort, well, in this cohort, our organization was the only one at the time that needed to say that we are working at the temporarily occupied Crimea remotely. We had a possibility to do that. And it was also important for us to collect information at the border territories. And we traveled to Kherson Oblast, and we met with competent Ukrainian state authorities. And in 2019, when we were in Kherson meeting with the State Environmental Inspection, it was a surprise for us that they actually had a position of a person responsible for the southern Ukraine and Crimea, but it was a vacant position. So there was no systematic interest to work in that area. And when we tried to provide information at the time that we need to demonstrate everywhere at all international platforms that occupiers are criminals, that they will continue their aggression against Ukraine, and that everything they were doing was criminal. And we developed a movie and translated it into English and Turkish that we demonstrated. That film actually consists of 5 parts for each topic of relevance that we can show in different international events. And it created a lot of interest. Going back to the program, first of all, I'd like to say that, well, I can make some conclusions. The best results are the numbers, right? So I will switch to the numbers right away, and I will comment each number. And then you can have a better understanding what our organization looked like before the project. And at the time, we also took part in different international platforms, but you can see who we have become. And we talked already a lot about internal policies and how we need to develop them. And I personally have a lot of experience from my young age when I started to build Crimean Tatar youth organization that gained a lot of influence in Crimea, and I think we know quite a lot. But thanks to this project, we started to develop our internal policies. And truly, I can say that, and my colleagues will confirm that not even every state company and state authority would have so many policies as we do. And I always cite an example of our organization as a good practice. And thanks to this project, we really strengthened our internal capacity. We developed a lot of policies, and it's not just a folder where we keep them, we use them. It's also important to do self-assessment so that we can analyze the trends and strengths and weaknesses and things to improve. And it's also important for us, and we always demonstrate that we are an organization that is noticeable. And that's why we always publish our reports. They're published on our website. You can see the results of our activities, the financial results, because it's important for the society, it's important for donors, and it's important for us because we are trying to work in an open and transparent manner. And during this period, we have updated our charter because of the organizational capacity. We had to make changes to our charter, which we did. Also, we have grown in staff numbers, and I should be frank. On the one hand, it's very important, but on the other hand, every CSO is taking on new risks with that. Because when you don't have an institutional support, the majority of CSOs are trying to hire people as private entrepreneurs, like based on the individual contracts. Because when you take people as full-time employees, you have to pay taxes, income taxes, and it's risky because when the funding is no longer available, you have to fire people or look for additional funding. But nevertheless, we are trying to hire people as full-time staff members, as employees, because it means that we are developing as an organization. Another important issue is our strategy. And before this project started, we did have a strategy. We also had an experience of developing other strategies for public diplomacy of Crimean Tatars and other like International Liberate Crimea movement strategy. But nevertheless, we needed to update our strategy regularly. And that really helped us to analyze the dynamics, and understand whether we are moving in the right way in implementing our operational plans. And it was also important for us to see whether the things that we plan are being implemented. And a lot of things that we have planned, we truly did implement. And before, we didn't have a communication strategy and the fundraising strategy. And regarding the communication strategy, we have changed the brand book. We have created the brand book. We have updated our website. To give you some numbers, before the project, our Facebook page had 10,000 subscribers. Now we have 78,000 subscribers. So over the period of the project, you see the growth, and our content delivery has changed, and the professional level has changed. And we are trying to do this with the help of our staff and volunteers. We are not just doing this as an outsourced activity. And as part of our fundraising strategy, we also mobilize some additional funding from not only from international foundations, but also as donations from individuals. We also created expert councils, and one of such expert councils is dedicated to environmental issues. The second one is purely legal issues, and the third one is now being created, and it's connected to sociology and political science. Because when our environmental and legal experts collect some materials, it's very important for us to understand how we can use it. That's why we also need sociologists, and for advocacy, we need some political science experts. I've already talked about rebranding and the updated website. We have signed memorandums with various universities and educational institutions like Kiev Political University, Tavria University, National Aviation University, and others. Because we see a lot of interest, and many students come to us to have internship on environmental issues.
Also, analytical activity. We have more experts now, and so we have now necessity to renew our expert council. We keep doing the analytical reports to different organizations. It's UN, and we participate in issues of pure water, fighting for pure water, ecocide. We have even legal qualifications, and if our Ukrainian legal sphere has this definition, then some international law doesn't even have some of the things. And we also did a documentary as a part of our fundraising when when experts but the documentary was done by our partners. And I also want to give you an example that recently we had a conference, United for Justice, United for Nature. And at the office of President of Ukraine, they have a working group, and a working group on ecocide, and our representatives were part of that conference. So it's important for us, and we will share all of our achievement. I'm sorry, I'm talking fast because I'm trying to. The time is short, I know, and we in the Crimean platform, we have a separate working group for ecology and environment. It's mostly represented by our experts, and the working group on renewal the rights of the indigenous people. And we also involve all of these processes even in that. We keep giving our recommendations to local authorities and state authorities. Just last week, we did a second strategic forum where we represented the plan of the occupation of recovery after the occupation of Crimea, and we have a separate part of environment there with expertise, with the expert advice. We also had recommendations for UN resolution. We did different side events within OBSE, and we were probably one of the first ones to do this ecological, environmental event. And in this time, we got the status of observer, and we had opportunity to do an exhibition and side event. I understand my time is running away, but I just want to say that a much better extended report about all of this you can see on our website, of a Crimean Tatar Resource Center. We're happy to work with everybody, and first of all, fighting the ecocide and on both on national and international level. And I want to thank to this project, we were able to develop three important areas. We have a list of technogenic objects in Crimea that are important to know even for our state bodies. Another thing that we did a catalog with a list of the natural inheritance of Crimean nations, and we also did list of different reservations, natural reservations, and how they were different during the Soviet Union, during the Ukrainian time, and during the time of occupation. And it's very important. Thank you for your attention. I was wondering at the beginning how we can talk for an hour and a half about organizational development. Well, it turns out it's possible to talk, and we even went a bit too far. But I made some points listening to some of our speakers. So here's some more arguments to what we are discussing. My points are that organization that is developing, it's developing others. There's some wonderful examples that when organization is upscaling and is able to share their policies and procedures that and helps to implement them, that gives them an influence. And also organization that develops thinks about the future. Even if you're in the fog at the moment, you still consider how to get out of this fog and you think strategically. In order to be influential, organization has to develop this analytical and organizational skills. And it also has to rely on the standards. Even like and it's very hard then to go back to some previous state. You're used to, then you get used to this standards and you continue to follow them. And that will create a better trust to your organization. Another conclusion, it's important to collect information about environment as soon as possible and adjust your work. Also, it's important to have resources and being able to be flexible in your reactions to the challenges of time and have connections with the experts that will give you some valuable advice. Policies and strategies have to are supposed to prepare organization to the challenges and save time in the future. It's like save time from like applying for something and doing something. So basically the organization that wants to be efficient is thinking through all of these areas. And leadership is checking if they have enough staff that is able to develop this process. And I hope this discussion was quite useful to our audience. Like I made some notes. I apologize that we went over time, but it turns out we had much to share. We were not able to do a lot of interaction, but you can always approach our speakers during our free time after our meetings. And I want to thank our speakers for their wonderful presentations. Dear colleagues, we're going to stop our live feed right now. So thank you for your attention. We thank our interpreters for helping us. We thank our technical support, our logistics team, and before we go into the quite pleasant procedure.
Можемо далі без мікрофона говорити. До приємної процедури.